What's up?
What's up?
How we doing? Doing all right?
Good. Yeah.
Everybody, please say hello to Burnt Toast. Toasty's in the
Oh,
house again. It's
my
going to be a fun
picture's
night.
doing that thing again, so I figured out how to do it. I just changed my picture. Toast Malone.
Nice. I
And there we
see
go.
what you did there.
Yep. I don't know why it doesn't show sometimes, so I have to like switch it back. So there you go.
um,
And
I
there you go.
y- so tonight mainly what we're gonna do, I'm gonna kind of introduce you a little bit. Well, I already kind of did that already, but the last time I went live, but that was totally not planned. I was just going through trying to find something else to share, and then I saw that she was live. Um, and so just for old time's sake, I just was like, let's see what she has to say about this now. And let me guess, right? And sure enough, classic K uh has to take the opposition for the sake of taking the opposition because she just likes to make people mad. Uh, she's
Contrarian.
she's one of those, yeah. And it's funny because it was fun to kind of speculate and think out loud as to why she was going that route. But we're gonna dive deep into that again tonight,
Cool.
later on. First, and I'm gonna bring and we're gonna have a special guest for that. There's a creator. His name is General Zod. He's wrench for this channel, and he is a friend of the channel. And he has been he's very very well versed in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard debacle. This is a lot, everybody's following it now because there's the trial going on, but there's been a lot of stuff that has taken place and all of this evidence that has been made public for a long time. So a lot of the stuff that's being discussed in the trial, these people knew about it way before that. Cherry was following it, and that Umbrella guy did an incredible job, has been doing an incredible job covering that. Um,
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing his perspective because I have not been following it. So
right,
I
I know just from
definitely am
being
interested in hearing what he has to say.
exactly because I've been friends with these channels, so I know just what I'm hearing when they're live, and I'm just in their chat. But I haven't looked into anything like you know what I mean? I haven't really. So that's one of the main reasons I want to have them on, is because I want somebody on here who knows very well what they're talking about when it comes to this case.
Awesome.
Um, and he's a really cool guy too. Uh, One of the nicest guys in the world. Um, and there he is. But first, I mean, it wouldn't be a Toast and Glare stream if we didn't talk a little Wipey Boy and BHB.
Right? So have you seen White Boy Chicken Soup for the Soul Radio? Did you see his community tab post from like an hour ago?
I did not.
He
Let's.
he publicly humiliated 3 of his mods.
Wow.
He took their wrenches away and then felt the need to announce it to the world. And then he first said, "Oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's petty AF. People, it's overrated. Blah blah blah." And then later in the post, he admits he took their wrench away because he saw them in somebody else's chat. Like how childish is that?
Yeah. I'm reading it. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and read it out loud real quick.
Like that's something that you're supposed to like have private conversations with behind the scenes and not put them on blast like that.
Yeah. so White Boy, he's Mr. Lockjaw Radio here. He says urgent moderator adjustments. Okay, it's very important. Urgent. Shout out to my moderators who are the best in the game. Super shout out to each and every member. I love you all. So I changed a few wrenches around. In total of 3 people lost wrenches, and I gave 3 wrenches to people always in the comments supporting the channel. It's actually not urgent at all. Every one of you who are good people, never let a YouTuber hold something like a wrench over you. It's petty AF. I see it all over YouTube always. If I took a wrench, it's simply I don't see you in the chat ever anymore, or I got a screenshot of some shenanigans in someone else's chat, which is also weird because now I'm reading an email like, well, what the fuck were you over there for? Regardless, my point is, who cares? It's a freaking wrench. I hold zero power over any of you. Always remember that no matter whose chat you are in, rant done. Okay. P.S.
And this has not been edited, so this was all one thought.
P.S. P.S. If you want to be a mod, apply here. Members always come first. Speak up, members, if you are not a mod yet and would like to be. So basically, if you're giving me money, you're the first people I'm going to consider. Not necessarily. I mean, it does to a certain degree. That does kind of make sense because they're probably going to be the most trustworthy. You know, if they're willing to commit to you with us, you know, in that way, it makes some sense that they would probably be the most trustworthy if you don't know anybody. But me, I don't go by that. I go by who I see. I go by who I see interacting in my chat in a consistent and always respectful manner. And then sometimes I'll just be like, you know what, boom, or a creator that I like, you know, just so if I, for some reason, I have to slow the chat down, they don't have to wait, you know. P.S. I also need mods for the second channel. I need a bunch over there that only been live once. PSSS. Absolutely no members were affected from these changes of wrenches. Carry on. So, oh, I love that.
Bruh, periods are a thing.
No members were harmed during the production of this idiotic post. Wow.
And it doesn't matter, guys, but it's urgent. But it's not urgent. But it really is urgent.
Right. Allison Faye, welcome. Thank you. So this one's not going under my radar, dude. This one's not, yeah. And luckily it's short. But he seems to really like doing this.
What
he
is up with the
really
title?
Enjoy.
Wow. Okay.
Doing this, which is dressing in his wife's clothes.
What the?
Okay, so for today we're going to do on the Father of the Podcast. What I had planned here, people, is I think we're going to do queefies and cables. Okay. Kegels and
do I talk with a lisp?
No,
I don't think I do. Yeah,
that's fine.
I mean,
he's genuinely thick. But we're gonna do queefies and kegels. Okay, for my ladies, I want to show everybody that misogynist things out there and stuff like that. We're just gonna do.
Does he not know that it's something only women can do?
We don't do our kegels.
So why would you be doing that?
You know, queefies. So I'm gonna do a couple queefies exercises.
Dude, like.
I don't.
He had like 3 people tell him that the last one was hilarious. So I guess he's just gonna wear this out and keep going with it because he just seems to like dressing up in his wife's clothes and going live or making videos.
Very much I can recognize with the women.
I wonder if this is like just an excuse for him to live his best life.
I feels like it.
I wonder if he did this in prison. I mean,
Mark,
hey, do you?
Wow, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate
you
that.
You ever seen the size of his chest? I mean, I was watching one video and I could see like he was in his shirt and he's busting out of it. I mean, the size of that at his chest. But I do Kegels all the time, ladies. Don't get it twisted. When I review his sexy ass, don't think I don't do my Kegels. But if we don't do Kegels, we have queefies.
Doc protests too much.
He
just keeps saying
let's do a couple of queefies.
Kegels.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get a couple stretches.
Even in a parody, he can't get to the point. Even
it's safe over here.
Even in a parody, he can't finally get to what he keeps saying that he's going to do. He's been saying he's about to do Kegels for like the past 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Straight.
I talk about nothing but quiche and cookies, and this is how we do it. It's everyone's welcome. It's safe space. Okay, ladies, here we go.
He did a
We're
jump
gonna do
cut.
some
Okay.
Kegels, okay?
Yeah.
Kegels, but I can't
So he edited
put-
this.
Yeah, he put some time into this.
And we know we don't anyone the cookies, okay? So let's go ahead.
I mean, can
It's
you just picture him like getting ready, just like what his mindset is probably like he's just psyching himself up while he's like stretching himself into his wife's top, you know what I mean? And just like, oh my God, this is gonna be awesome. Fucking
Yeah.
Blair. I'm gonna
He
show
probably made
him.
notes. Be like,
Yeah.
this is gonna be amazing.
Sat there and did it in front of the mirror for a while and just imagined the stuff that he would say to me if you saw me in person. Be like, man, yeah, Blair, I'm coming after you, Blair. This is gonna be amazing. This is gonna be a mic dropper. He was just so, yeah, he got so psyched to do this. It's
Do you feel?
so funny.
Do you feel owned? Do you feel owned?
Oh my God, yeah. I am. He is in complete possession of me.
This is ownage right here.
Right,
This is what this
right.
looks like.
Yeah, yeah. Put a sign on me.
Oh, the glare. We're gonna do some Kegels. Okay. So follow my lead at home. Okay, follow at home. We loosen it up a bit. We loosen it up. Okay. A couple kumbayas. And then what I like to do is I call it the I did my Frosties earlier. I got a hat on because the Frosties are out of control. But let's go ahead and get some Kegels going. Okay, here we go. Follow my lead, ladies. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So what I'm gonna do is a couple of quickies and some Kegels. Okay. So ladies,
Keep
ready?
saying that.
Okay, here we go. You got to tighten it up.
I don't think he knows what
It's a
Kegels are.
I don't think he does either. I think he thinks it's like an
Oh
anal
boy.
thing.
Okay.
Oh,
I
wow.
don't want to.
Please God no.
What?
I'm sorry about that one.
What the fuck was that?
It
That
was
thing's like a
apparently
1980 Ford Ranger.
it seemed like a sound effect he was trying to use there to simulate, I don't know, queefing or farting, but it was just, you know, wind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again,
I mean,
not something you can do without a vagina. So
it just right. It just sounded like static. It was just static.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, like he superimposed that sound in this video. Like he really worked hard on this one.
That thing's got a lot of miles on it, ladies. Look, it's not a girlfriends. Look, I used to have a cherry, but it's more like a berry. It's like a butt berry. It's a butt cherry. It's called a berry. It's got a lot of miles
What?
on it, ladies. It's blown out. It's worse than a Ford Ranger 1985 edition. It's got about 300,000 miles, and I've had Debbie up in that thing.
What? I mean, bruh, come on. At least be funny if you're gonna do this, whatever this is. Come on.
It's not.
This
Yeah,
is. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment.
totally. Like, I mean, it's just like heel sits here. Like he just uses me as an excuse to wear his wife's clothes.
Yeah.
It's really how it's
that's-
coming off because it's not funny. It just looks like crackish behavior.
It does.
It's all it looks like.
He probably snorted a line and was like, I've got the greatest idea.
Dude, look, his jaw is trying to fucking get to the door behind him. Like, dude.
Cases, everybody. I mean, in, out, in, out, in, out. It's like a real transmission. I'm sorry about it. We did a Kegel and a Queefy at the same time. Okay. Ladies, you had nothing on me. Next time on the Father's podcast, we never know what we're going to do over here. Okay. Got to get my Frosties done. I'm 60 going on 40. You never know it. Look at the outfit. Okay. I'm stepping my game up. Okay. Proud woman over here. I'm proud. Well,
I love
this
how
is a
his
great
tattoo looks
We
like
played on
fishnet
games.
stockings.
Okay,
Just goes with his outfit.
I also love, yeah, dude. Like, oh, wait, let's do another
Could
look.
care less about that attorney and whatever
It's
he
couldn't
feels and
care
thinks
less,
about
you
it.
moron.
That family
My God. Like, oh
has
gosh.
ignored
Okay, I'm stepping my game up. Okay. Proud woman over here. I'm proud woke woman. This is the Claire podcast. We don't play no games. Okay.
I'm gonna mute that part though.
I care less about that attorney and whatever he feels and thinks about. That family.
Oh shit. So so what were you saying? That is
I was just saying, like, because he keeps saying could care less, and it's just like he's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb. He's so fucking dumb. I can't.
I mean, this guy is obviously just a fucking fountain of insight, and he really knows what he's talking about. Just look at him.
Dewey, what have you done with your life? Oh.
Dewey, what are you doing, buddy? Don't. Oh, okay.
Go make your video. Go ahead.
Oh my god, dude. This dude is too stupid.
That's a lot of stupid.
And then this is fun. This is fun. This is him. I've never seen anybody go so far up another creator's ass in my life.
Shout out to my dude Dolly Vision, man. Shout out to him.
Of course.
You know, big shout out to Dolly Vision. He is really handling the gang, the sausage gang over there.
Everything's sausage,
which consists of a lot of guys who are infatuated with creators. But Dolly, man, I'm kind of beefing with you, bro. Look, man, you're doing them too bad, bro. You gotta at least leave me a little scrapes here, man. A little scrapes. You gotta leave a few of them. I understand it's easy.
Some scrapes.
I don't. What I am mad at Dolly is, man,
okay.
you figured it out.
Yes.
You figured it out.
He does mean that because he uses it correctly
man,
later.
Yeah, you figured it out, man.
Figured what out, dude?
It's the sausage party, man. Yeah, they go that way, bro. They go that way. I saw your stream.
They go that way.
We're talking about the hot tub, and
okay.
That dude does have some baby gap shirts, don't he? And then DK, but their whole gang, man. You know what I mean? Like it's
wow.
That's just how they do it, bro. They're infatuated. Just, man, could you leave me some scraps, bro? Like you're killing it, dude. You're killing it, Dolly. You know what I mean? I wanted to make this one because you said some real low lifes. Bring your name up. So I thought, man, a solid one would come by and say like, share, and subscribe to Dolly Vision, man. He's growing. Dolly's good people, always has been. But bro, you're killing him, bro. You're killing him.
Dude, he is like basically begging to get his attention so he could get on some of his subs.
Oh yeah.
That is all he's doing right now, and it's so obvious. Like, even I would imagine Dolly's even looking at this going, bro, the fuck are you doing, dude?
You know, there's like parasite fish that hang on the sides of whales and like other larger. Yeah. So Wipe Boy is one of those parasites.
He's a sucker fish. Yeah. Yeah, totally. There's a lot of channels that I've actually been referring to certain YouTube channels as bottom feeder fish and sucker fish, just because it's what they do. You know what I mean? Like all these people tagging Summer's name and just talking gossip about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's bottom feeder shit. You know what I mean? Just trying to collect and grift every little bit of money they can get by tagging her name. Because there's no updates. Like, there's no actual updates. There's no reason to continue going over the same shit over and over again.
I love how he's always doing it at work too.
Always. Yeah. Like, let me just take dude, look at that jaw. Like, let me just take a moment out of my work day to crawl up Dolly Vision's ass.
Sees it. You know what I mean? It does feel weird, right? When you have men that watch all the time, you know what I mean? All the time. But hey, man,
what?
Be careful, bro, because one time when they were calling, right? I heard BK, he's talking to the tight shirt dude. He's like, hey, man, when you're done with the stream, come over here and sit on my lap and let's talk about the first thing that pops up. I mean, bro, it's just how they get down, my dude. But shout out to Dolly Vision, man. Leave me some scraps, bro. I like to have fun with it in between the content that I drop. I understand that the infatuation is on you and you got to stick up for yourself. But, man, you're killing them, man. You're killing them. You're killing them. You're killing them, bro. Shout out to Dolly, man. Dolly Bombs. Turtle Gang. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So let's see if
I mean, I'm sure his 13-year-old self would like his joke back, but it probably wasn't funny back then either.
No, I seriously doubt it.
It's like he has Arrested Development.
Let's see what's going on with Betty real quick. I guess, I mean, I haven't checked. A couple of clip channels did some good videos, but I got to look for them.
I did like a mini one that I posted on Twitter. Whose face? Yeah, this is Toast Malone, because apparently when I use my regular avatar, it shows up as a white circle for some reason. So I'm using this tonight. So don't know what's up.
So yeah, this is funny.
Yeah, Courtney. Speaking of arrests, let's talk about Betty.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Short. I just wanted to let you know that there is going to be I know for all the people that don't see me often, this is going to be one of the shortest lives I probably do. C12, it's nice to see you. And I got to tell you, the pie was delicious. It's still delicious. I am still eating on it. It's wonderful. Hello, everybody from the evening. I hope you guys are doing well.
Shut up.
So I know you guys remember me covering Todd Kohlhepp.
So this is Betty.
Never told you.
This is Betty so pleased with herself that now she's got a convicted serial killer as a pen pal.
And she was bragging about it too. She's like,
yeah,
he's gonna talk to me on the phone.
Exactly. Oh, and I love it. This is a great lead into Critical K, because she likes to do the same thing. She's actually had interactions with a convicted killer where they were, I think it was before she was married though, I'm not sure. But yeah, she's got a thing for the horrible people. Wow. I don't want to say bad boys, I want to say horrible men. There's
got to be some kind of psychology behind these women who just fall for these like serial killers and stuff.
Yeah, she defended Chris Watts a lot.
Yikes. Okay.
Yeah, she's and I think that she tried to contact him in prison too, but I'm not 100% on that. But we're also talking about somebody who, when she did the meet and greet in Colorado that MGL went to, both of them on separate occasions on the same day, right, decided to go to the Watts house and then like pick up and collect rocks from as souvenirs, like as some sort of rock star.
That was the first time I started reviewing Molly, and that's how I was kind of introduced to MGL.
Kay did the same thing that day.
Wow. Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring Zod on. Zod's not gonna know much about what we're talking about now, but what's up, man? Welcome.
Hey, if you guys don't know, it's the most earth-breaking, ground-shaking, but never media show money-taking, the man, the myth, the legend, the most electrifying villain in all of YouTube entertainment today, Mr. Zod, and thank you for having me on.
All right, Zod. Well, thanks for being here, dude. I appreciate it. We're gonna get into the Johnny Depp stuff in just a few minutes, but this is somebody who we like to talk about quite a bit.
That I wrote him because I didn't know where it was going to go. Right? I didn't know, is he going to write back? What is he going to do? I don't know how comfortable I feel. You know, hindsight's 2020. If he broke out of jail, he's got my address. You know,
Moron.
not probably the smartest thing, but that's okay.
At least she like acknowledges this.
Isn't it funny? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's galactically stupid to use. You know, like get a PO box. You know what I mean? If you're gonna correspond with a convicted murderer, like why would you? I mean.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. And add to that, isn't it funny? This is the person that just tried to sue another creator because she was scared for her life.
Right.
Because she was scared people were coming to her house.
Absolutely.
Like, okay, sure.
Great point. Yeah, absolutely a great point. Like, why? I mean, first of all, that's that dude being the last person that I can imagine capable of anything that she was saying was in that email.
Yeah.
Right. First of all. And then second of all, what she does is she actually decides to use her home address as a return address when she's writing a murderer, someone who is more than capable.
It's almost like she lied. What? What?
Exactly.
We know he's going to be in jail for a really, really long time. So we're going to just go with it. You know what I'm saying? We're just going to go with it. And for you guys that don't remember, let me see if I can pop in here. Hold on a second. Let me get them. I didn't set it up because I wasn't going to show. Let me make sure this is off. Sorry. There we go. Let me pull this out. Why not just show some stuff? You guys are all in here. Why not?
Okay. Is she really doing this?
Let's see who else is in here.
Is she really
Red
This
Road,
is her working,
LSMP.
don't you know?
Nice to see you guys. She ran. Hi. We are in business. So just to show you guys, just did clear coat on my nails.
She's got to prove it now.
Kind of screwed it
She's
up.
got to
Here
prove it.
is the letter from Todd Colehap. It says, you know, Department of Corrections, you know, blah, blah, blah. What does it say on there? Department of Corrections has not censored this item. Therefore, the department does not assume responsibility for its content. Nice disclaimer. State of California.
Wow.
So here is the letter. Even though it is pretty,
nice
you know,
penmanship.
clear, some of the words just, it's hard to read some of the words. I've got to be honest with you. It really is kind of hard to read some of the words.
Well, you can't read, so.
Well, right. I'm saying that looks like you're the problem because the dude seems to have very nice penmanship.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice to me, so.
Right.
So
like,
just so I got this straight, this lady right here is in correspondence with a killer?
A serial killer.
right.
So
Calls herself a true crime channel, but she is not. And she is easily the most violent of the YouTubers that I know of because she has 42 arrests, most of them being domestic violence arrests. 42. Okay. You know, domestic violence and some DUIs, you know, a dash of DUIs.
A lot of times it was both in the same charge. So in the same case. Yeah.
Right. And calls herself an advocate for domestic violence victims.
Even though she was the domestic violence abuser in all of her cases. She was the plaintiff in every single one of them.
Wow.
So my new BFF is Todd Colehap. And so, you know, my F is for the words. So my new BFF is Todd Colehap for the words. So my new BFF is Todd Colehap. And so, you know, my new pen pal, my new BFF is going to be corresponding with me. He's basically told me that in this letter that, you know, the jail is being unfair to him. You know, he has been.
Why wouldn't you read the letter? Like,
but don't you know? She is an experienced.
Is she sharing personal shit with the guy or something? You know, I'm not trying to imply something like sexual. I'm not even. I mean, would she like? Is she that stupid that she would do that?
She's really, really stupid, but I don't know if she's that kind of stupid.
Wow.
Remains to be seen.
Todd should be fucking scared of her heels in the air.
Yeah, because Todd is probably thinking, well, damn, I don't strangle the people.
Right. He's probably, oh man, we're going to hell. But he's probably like, I bet you his record isn't as long as hers.
Probably not.
Think about that for a second.
And that's only in one county, in one state.
Right. Think about that. This dude probably does not even have a record nearly as long as hers. That's crazy to me. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move forward with this because we got a lot of K to cover. We're just gonna have some fun with this because now there's something very interesting. So right now, this is basically K's MO. Okay, what's going on? And Caleb here can vouch. He's been around. He was there when I was and Zod. She was also one of the people. She was my arch nemesis during the Sophie thing. She was the one that was calling Sophie a brat and a liar and all this stuff. It was a mess. But she she has a certain way about her, and she has to harass no matter what. It's just in her nature to harass people. And her name is actually Karen, if you can believe it or not.
Oh, wow. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I could believe it I did have the unfortunate displeasure of watching some of what she put out, but I gotta be honest, I made it through about maybe a half hour where I was cursing at my screen. I don't know what kind of language you allow here, but I can tell you,
you're fine.
She's got some, I'm just going to say this, and look, I don't know her. Maybe she's a nice lady in real life. I can't speak to that, but she has some fucking stupid takes. I've been following this for a year. For all you guys who don't know who I am, this started for me because I was with a good friend of mine, Stevie J, who's been covering this in depth, probably better than any of us put together. And
Stevie J Raw, yes.
Yes, he turned me on to it. We were doing a review for Wolf Creek. You guys can see on my channel. It was about a year ago because I like to get my facts right, unlike some YouTubers. And so I was sitting there, and he told me about this case, and we've been going through this #MeToo nonsense and all of this, and I found it interesting seeing somebody high profile who is a male domestic violence abuse victim who actually has the kind of pull in Hollywood to get this out there, to call out that, hey, abuse is not about male or female. It's about people, right? It shouldn't be gendered like, oh, because they're female, believe them, or conversely, because it's a male, believe them. It should be based on facts and evidence. And nothing that I have seen thus far in this clown show, especially from the defense, even makes a compelling argument. And like you said, Blair, a lot of people are jumping on this bandwagon, and I'm not really salty about that, but there's been so many people in this community that I've been a part of, in and outside the Johnny Depp community, that, and actual victims, like victims looking at this case. And it's crazy to see the way that this has been that this has been going down. And look, I looked at her video and some of her points, and they're so open-ended that, to me, and I don't know if I'm right on this, you guys can tell me because you guys have more experience, but the way she presents stuff in her video feels like it's so open-ended that I could make the argument one way and she can make the argument the exact same way. It's not on objective facts.
I think you're muted, Claire. I'm fairly new to K myself, so this is a learning experience for me too.
Yeah. And this is this comment here, Love Wins says, hasn't she received a lifetime ban from YouTube? She has, actually. But that's between her and YouTube. I'm not here to get her thrown off, even though I did write a tweet like because I was like, she still does the same shit. But now I'm just like, I don't really care. I mean, she's not really getting that many views. People are on to her for what she's doing. A lot of their views are people who hate her because she is one of the most hated people that I've ever seen on YouTube, like besides like Katie Joy, without a crystal ball. But yeah, she's actually not supposed to be on YouTube. Her channel got taken away, which is very interesting. But what's going on with her, which is really, really interesting, is this is her way. All this is about to her is this is a very high profile defamation case, right? Now, the interesting fun fact about Kay is she is right now being sued for defamation. So this is basically her way of siding with Amber because she is trying to basically use this to kind of hiddenly harass the person that's suing her right now, basically calling her, this is her way of calling her a coward, and and basically she's speaking through this case to complain about her case. And she does not have representation. It's a very public lawsuit. Hers is. And I actually I'm going to read something which is really funny here, guys. This is a motion for dismissal. This is a motion for dismissal that Kay filed in her defamation suit. Just to give you an idea, just to give you an idea of her pattern of thinking, which is funny. Motion to dismiss. I am once again appealing to the court to dismiss based on the suit being vexatious. Hold on, sorry. A little bit.
That was probably her word of the day.
Vexatious, metricious, litigious, and a blatant fishing expedition on behalf of the plaintiff and her lawyer to gather information to reopen her son Christian and Andriacchio's case, which she has been historically unsuccessful of accomplishing via her multiple other lawsuits. Now, this is funny because, well, let me explain the case. Basically, this is the mother of a boy, of a young man named Christian Andriacchio. The person who's suing her is his mother. He is, whether he's a suicide victim, the thing is the mother believes that he was murdered and it was ruled a suicide. And so basically she wants to she basically just trashes this woman and her credibility, and has made things up, apparently, according to Ray Andriacchio, which is Christian's mom. And Ray Andriacchio, so she filed this lawsuit against Kay because Kay just spent time and time again on her channel just dragging this poor woman. Because here's the thing, this is why that's shitty, because it doesn't matter whether the kid committed suicide or was murdered, in the sense that this is still a mother of a boy that she lost.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it's a really shitty thing to do. I mean, to have absolutely no empathy for this woman. The bottom line is this is a woman who's even if she's wrong, then she's confused, whatever, but you got to have some empathy for this poor woman. Kay's incapable of that. So that's what this is about. That's why she's being sued, and she's being sued for $10 million.
Holy shit.
Kay doesn't have $10 million, dude.
Wow.
Kay does not have $10 million.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So now she's mentioning, now this is her file for motion. This is her thinking that the judge somehow gives a shit about the details of her case, of her show. And like, she's basically trying to like talk her show up to the judge. Like, if you just watch my channel kind of thing. It's really pathetic. So she says, it should be noted in the recent deposition request, the following individuals have been named: Corey Bishop, Ben White, Jared Boston, Houston Deering. Other than Jared Boston, I had no contact with any of the above mentioned individuals regarding the production of my show, including any and all talking points discussed on my show, all of which were previously evidenced in the public domain, including on social media and various postings, comments, and podcasts. It is my understanding Houston Deering is Kimberly Wagner's ex-husband. Kimberly Wagner is the wife of Frankie Wagner, who is currently being sued by Ray Andriacchio. Ben White is the half-brother of Dylan Swearingen and EMS worker who arrived in the scene of Christian Andriacchio's suicide event. Corey Bishop was the potential friend of Christian Andriacchio and Hayes Mitchell. I have not had any contact with any of those people, to my knowledge, during the production of my show or after the production of my show. Why she thinks that this is somehow has anything to do with why she has grounds to dismiss her case, it just doesn't. Like, it doesn't change the fact that she did everything that she did on her channel. And I'm sure that this poor woman spent a lot of time recording these things and just building her case and planning to do this. She sounds like she is she's cocked and loaded.
Wow.
So at the very least, I am requesting Matt Wilson be prevented from deposing these individuals because they are not relevant to the accusations made against me of defaming Ray Andriacchio. Okay. Sorry.
I'm going to guess she doesn't have a lawyer.
She does not have a lawyer.
Okay.
Wow.
Because no lawyer
Okay.
would ever file this.
Right.
No lawyer would file this. As previously related to the court, I am currently without legal representation in this matter. I have attempted multiple Mississippi attorneys and all have declined to take this case. I wonder why.
Okay.
Lawyers take cases they think they can win. And I can only assure it. I can only assure it is because Ray Andriacchio's well-known name and her well-known lengthy history of filing lawsuits against elected officials, her own lawyer, and relatives of the individuals she falsely accuses of murdering, quote unquote, her son. I have appealed to various levels of government in Mississippi, including Mississippi Legal Services, for assistance in finding a pro bono attorney or any legal help in this matter. So, yeah. So you can't find a lawyer who's willing to take your case, but maybe you think you're going to have a better chance to find one who's going to do it for free. Got it. As I cannot afford to finance, this is how she puts it. I cannot afford to finance Ray Andriacchio's fishing expedition and agenda to prove her son was murdered, despite the multiple law enforcement agencies who have declared otherwise. So that's what she calls paying for a lawyer, is funding Ray Andriacchio's fishing expedition.
That statement right there, the
delusional.
judge is gonna not gonna have that.
Right, and it's delusional. You know, it's like
She incriminated herself.
Basically, right. She's basically showing, like, she's basically dragging the woman in this file to dismiss, basically showing that she is the type of person that Ray Andriacchio is accusing her of being. That's the impression she's leaving on the judge in writing in a court document. Awesome.
Genius.
Exactly. I have attempted to make multiple apologies to Ray Andriacchio in the hopes of avoiding costly legal fees as well as the waste of taxpayer monies. That's a very interesting statement in this motion to dismiss, guys. I'm going to read that one more time. I have attempted to make multiple apologies to Ray Andriacchio in the hopes of avoiding costly legal fees. Okay, so basically, why would you feel the need to apologize to anyone if you hadn't done anything wrong? So basically right there, she's admitting that she has done something wrong. So she's basically saying, poor me, please drop the case because I can't afford a lawyer. This isn't fair. She's
I
basically
mean,
That's not how
last
this
time
works.
I checked, and I went through custody hearings myself. If you guys don't know me, I did break up with my ex, and I had to go through the courts to get custody of my daughter because my ex didn't even want me to see her, but wanted me to play child support. That's a story for another day. How I understood it is the fee you were paying, right, is the retaining fee to retain the lawyer, but I thought that, especially in cases like this, they're predetermined on whether or not you win the case because the opposing side has to pay the lawyer's fee. Isn't that something that's included in this whole?
If you ask for it, I
you
think.
can, right? Yeah, you can file for that. You can ask the judge to rule that.
So
Because
if she doesn't
that
have
happened
anything
me
to
in
worry
my
about, wouldn't it be smart for her to file that kind of a thing? Like, hey, I'll go through, I'll get the lawyer, but if I win this with this overbearing amount of evidence that I have, then my legal fees should be included, or find a way to include it within the settlement. I mean, isn't that a possibility?
Well, I mean, maybe, but she didn't have the gumption to think of that. She just,
I mean,
it's
that's just,
it's just that simple. She's just not.
okay.
It just boils down to the fact that she sees this is a great this thing is her writing. So this is a great insight into the type of person that Kay is. She's entitled. She feels that she is above the rules. And then when she is called out on it and then having to face consequences for it, then it's sad fishing. Then it's poor me. Then she's a victim. I mean, there's a PDF file just loaded with her behind the scenes, doxing people, harassing people. She was just the scourge of YouTube behind the scenes, using her Facebook group to. This is what she would do as far as cases. This is how she would get tons of views on cases that she would cover. Her and her mods, what they would do is they would find a Facebook group talking about a case, right? And whichever Facebook group had the most followers, right? What she would do is she would contact the moderators or the admins of those groups directly and basically try to bully them into letting her take over the channel, or letting her take over the Facebook group.
Wow.
Because I'm Kay and I'm going to get a lot of people in this group and blah blah blah. This is the type of person she was. And then she would just if they were like, no, fuck you, like start your own group. What she would do is just fucking trash them and drag them and harass them behind the scenes.
See, I don't see, this makes me even more upset. I've been doxxed and it's a shitty thing. I had pictures from my Facebook that was hacked into. I had to change everything, and they were on a very inappropriate website with people looking at my daughter's like young pictures. And I went after that person. And there's one thing that I can't stand is that doxing stuff, because it's like YouTube to me is like, we can all have a beef or whatever, disagreements. But at the end of the day, when you take it outside of YouTube into giving out personal information, you're just a shitty person. You shouldn't be on the platform. You shouldn't be able to do that because, most of us, I would like to think, are adults. And, I've gone at it with different YouTubers and things like that. I've had fallen out with bigger groups.
But it's all in just how you know what I mean? Just be more creative, be more witty. That's all me and Toast do. You know what I mean? Like, and she comes from a whole community that's basically just doing that. Like, I'll talk about cases, but most of the time I'll point out people who are doing it really irresponsibly. And Kay being an old one that I used to always do that with. And now she's doing it with the Johnny Depp thing and channels like you and Rob's, it's an insult to them You know, it's an insult to channels like you that have really done the research, and she's just using it and minimizing. I mean, last night or the night before last, we listened to her basically justify Amber hitting him.
Yeah.
And
she was taking Amber's side, and I was like, oof. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And here's the thing, though, and that's the lawyer spin. And I heard a term used, and it was by the doctor today. I forgot her name, but she was saying it was something to do with violence. It was like a defensive kind of thing, right? Like a reactionary kind of violence to a situation that's going on. And now, look, I am not by any means an expert on every domestic dispute that's out there. But from what I've seen, and I've worked with women's shelters too, I've done all sorts of stuff like that, is that the fear tends to overwhelm. When you are abusing someone, right, they have domination over you. It's very hard for you to kind of get out of that mode. People act in different reactions, but the way she comes off on the recordings, the things that she says, does not, for anybody listening to it, sounds like the person who's not in control. She
Correct.
sounds very much the domineering one. And
Right.
folks, I'm not, just talking out of my ass here. Like, if you listen to the recordings,
I've known you for just over a year, and this is the stuff that I've been hearing for just over a year. I mean, so yeah, it's yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Dr. Hughes is a fucking joke. She also, the defense called out the pronouns she was using, right? She was using she and her in her testimony, right? This is just the day before the cross-examination. Now, during the cross-examination, they bring up the fact, well, why did you choose to use those pronouns? And she was like, because it was as it pertains to who I see the victim as in the case. But no, you're not generalizing it as a statement of, oh, this is my professional opinion. You're marginalizing it, and you're now narrowing it to one person, and it makes it come off like you're taking that one person's side. And these are the little things that, like, I don't see how other people can overlook it. Like, you hold 30 hours worth of conversation with Amber Heard, but you don't make an attempt to reach out to Johnny Depp, and you're supposed to be a non-partial person who is gauging both sides of their mental capacity. Well, how can you tell where Johnny Depp's mental state is if you didn't even take the time to spend any amount of time? You looked over documentations.
That's impossible. All right, so
it's biased. I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent.
It does sound biased. It does.
I promise we're going to get into all that. You're going to have plenty of time to go over those details, because we're going to stream her. So this thing goes on to say, I have refrained from discussing her son's case and this lawsuit on social media out of respect for the process and to avoid any appearance of impropriety. It is my belief Ray Andriacchio does not want an apology. Rather, she wants me to be punished in a vindictive manner for speaking out in defense of Dylan Swergogen and Whitley Goodman, and for reading the law enforcement case file to my listeners, all of which I did without malice and with good faith to believe the information I shared was accurate, since I had previously been evidenced in the public domain. And then, hold on. Okay, hold on. Since I continue to be without adequate legal representation, I am unable to represent myself in this manner beyond this continued pleading to the court to dismiss this case as vexatious and meretricious in nature. So right here, she's basically saying, yes, I'm begging you to dismiss the case. I am without the knowledge of procedure in Mississippi to attend these depositions and ensure my rights are being protected. If the court refuses to dismiss, I respectfully ask the court to appoint a mediator to immediately intervene to find a reasonable end to this matter and put a stop to the obvious fishing expedition to gather information to reopen Christian's long, I don't know this, long closed case.
Is she basically saying that she's not going to show up? Because if that's the case, she's going to be arrested for contempt.
Oh, you have no idea. She's already like her lawyer reached out to her, and then her answer to his lawyer, or to Ray's lawyer, was "Stop harassing me."
Oh my gosh!
Like to a subpoena.
What an idiot! Oh my gosh. Okay.
Her response was "Stop harassing me." Yeah. So she says to gather information to reopen Christian's long closed case at my expense. So it's all about Kay. It's all about Kay. But this is where we're gonna get to see all of Kay. I have not watched this yet. And I'll probably fast forward through a lot of it because it's 4 hours long. We're not doing that. And this is just the first one about this case. And I already skipped a whole bunch. I just want to get to this.
I don't think so.
Out of control.
Oh, my bad.
Over the edge. The harrowing and disturbing video of Johnny's rampage played for the entire world to see. The argument exploded in the kitchen of Johnny's West Hollywood, California home. Johnny pouring himself a giant glass of red wine in the middle of the verbal battle.
Lady, it's not a giant
not
glass.
Giant.
It's a mega pint, okay? It's a mega pint. Get it right.
Not so secretly.
Have you done this whole thing this morning? Oh, yeah. It's going. Oh, really? Really?
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp, right?
That's correct.
And you agree that you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly I was having a bad time.
Johnny faced off with Amber's attorney on cross-examination.
They had been drunk in that video, correct?
There's a possibility of that.
And the embattled actor laid out his own defense.
I did not try to intimidate Ms. Heard. If she was intimidated, why was she filming? If she was scared to death, why didn't she leave?
But Amber was brought to tears after hearing the next.
And I'm of the understanding, Zod, that that he has tried to leave, and she wouldn't let him. Like, that
there's a recording where she's talking about hitting him, and then she specifically mentions in the recording in her own voice about, well, why would you leave? Why wouldn't you want to discuss this? Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, I can't talk to you when you're like this. And like, look, if you take that video into the context that they're showing it, right? Because this is just by the defense to try to set up this pattern of him drinking, doing drugs, and then becoming this violent person. But I mean, you know, the context that people don't have before that video was that before that argument started, she was gaslighting him. And this was in another conversation that people are very quick to skip over the first portion. And then as soon as he had started getting agitated, she pulled out her phone and recorded it. And here is my argument. If you are terrified, right, you are extremely mad. He's become this vicious monster, throw phones at you, got on top of you and beat you, did all these horrendous things, right?
For him to leave. You want him to leave.
You want him to go. Why would you sit there and put your phone on to record it? And then when he discovers it, keep on talking crap, and then go outside and make with the tears and go, oh my God, I was so terrified. It's like, no, you weren't. To me, that's all a staged act.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, BurntToast.
No, I was just saying, I tend to agree with that. I mean, like I said, I have not been following this case, at all, because I'm not a true crime channel. But the recordings that I've heard, the testimony from some of the professionals that have been, like the woman who came up and talked about like their marriage therapy and all of that, it just seems to me like this is all bullshit. Like Amber is bullshit and she's lying and she's bullshit. And like Zod said, it's like if you are terrified, if you are trying to get away, you're not going to prevent your abuser from leaving. That's not a thing. And
you're
so
not going to record them on your phone. Like that's your first thing is you reach for your phone and you go to report. That's like, to me, that's Hollywood PR stunt. Like, oh, I'm going to record this and use it for later. Like a lot of the things seem to
like
be
her writing letters to herself too. It's the same shit. It's like she was trying to build this thing up so that she could execute it. You know, it seems absolutely like she was just trying to, like, over time, almost build a case against him,
right?
In some way, shape, or form. Like I was watching her on the stand today, and the whole time I'm sitting there going, "This bitch is fucking lying, dude. Look at her." Like she did not shed one tear. She fake cried and did not shed one actual tear because I was watching her. She didn't wipe her face, nothing. She was just, I mean, she was straight up lying, dude. And I was just listening to her, and like she was talking as though she was writing a book, right? She kept talking about, you know, and I'm sitting there on my knees on this dirty carpet, and she's looking at the jury, you know, and it was just a total performance, and not even a good one.
It's because you can't fake empathy, and people who don't have empathy, they don't know what it's like, and so they try to pretend to have empathy, and it just makes them look worse.
Great point.
It's and if you look at all of her testimony, and I'm saying compare this to the UK, her mannerisms and stuff are exactly how they were on the UK stand. I mean, to the T. I don't know the other channels that do this, but they do those side-by-side comparisons. But I would love someone to clip both those trials, like her testimony today and her testimony from like damn near going on a year ago. Geez. And look at the way she looks in both of those. It's the same exact, like synchronized tones, actions, and the same type of crying gestures and the quiver of the lip and everything. It's like she's got scripted responses. It's not real. There's nothing behind it.
Scripted. Yeah. No, and there was other things that, you know, following true crime kind of gives you this edge to be able to catch certain things, which is like there were simple things that she would say that you would, I mean, they could easily just be proven. Like, why not prove them? Why didn't she know the name of the friend that Johnny tried to almost broke her wrist? And it sounded like something out of some cheesy movie where he says, do you know how many pounds of pressure that it takes to snap someone's wrist? Something like that. It just doesn't sound like anything that he would say necessarily, you know. And why doesn't she know who that is? Why isn't that person a witness? Why haven't they been called on the stand? You know, why what about the security guard? Why didn't that come up when the security guard was being interviewed or being when he was on the stand? Why didn't he talk about having to change Johnny's pants because he soiled himself, you know? So here she is saying these things, but why didn't the security guard say this stuff when he was on the stand? This is stuff that the jury's going to catch, and she's not even realizing how bad of a liar she is, because she's one of those people who seems to be one of those people who thinks that if she says it automatically makes it so. She's one of those liars, you know, like I don't care what you see on the data. I'm telling you what actually happened. And then she thinks that actually makes it so, even though a recording says otherwise.
I mean, we know a lot of people like that, right?
We do. We are very familiar with that.
Dramatic piece of evidence. Don't cut yourself. Please don't cut yourself. Please don't cut yourself. Please don't know what you're doing. Would never cut you. The shocking audio of Amber begging Johnny not to harm himself was recorded in 2016, 2 months after they filed for divorce.
Because you broke someone up. I'm sorry.
Look at you.
Stop.
There's a way for the pain to go.
Jesus, full screen, Kay. Jesus.
It's not that. It doesn't make it go away. Trust me. Just look here. There's like.
And notice she's just picking this tabloid shit, that's already got a bias and has already has an agenda of how they're going to make this look. This is what Kay goes with.
Is she an investigative journalist too, like Betty?
Yeah. She fancies herself a journalist.
Why not clip this? Because when I show clips, I either go from someone who's been watching the trial and I just clip that portion or whatever. But that's the first thing that flagged. She's going to a news station, and news stations right now do not want this case to swing that other way because this makes a lot of questions of the validity. And I know somebody in the chat had said something about Me Too. Look, I don't think the movement is inherently bullshit. I think the problem is that this case in particular, especially with Amber, proves that it can be hijacked by the wrong people and used to get rid of people's careers, destroy their lives, and they're being put on trial before the trial. This man's life was destroyed before he even had his day in court. And Blair, you've heard me say this 1,000 times. I do not like the court of public opinion. Facts and evidence should be kept in the courtroom, and then we can say, "Oh yeah,
and
they've proved."
Yeah, you're right. And I heard Bill Burr even, because a lot of celebrities are chiming in on this, and Bill Burr on his podcast was basically saying, yeah, like all you motherfuckers just jumped to you heard it, so you believed it. There's the Me Too movement going on, and then you hear this woman accuse Johnny Depp, and then everybody just believes it, and that's basically what happened here.
And here's the thing people forget on one side or the other. Like, the abuse plays a factor, but this isn't an abuse case. This is defamation. This is, did he lose his job and his source of income based on a fake account by someone? Now, while abuse plays a part in that, which a lot of people hone in on, it's more about that this op-ed, one, it would have been done not legally to begin with, because they had in their when they divorced, in that settlement, they had that agreement that they wouldn't publicly come out with any of this stuff. Okay, so that's already breaking one thing. And then two, who got fired? Who got hurt the most from these accusations? Now, Amber Heard sat up here and said she lost all these jobs, but she still rolled on with Aquaman 2, got picked up for The Stand, is doing this other period piece movie, and hasn't started getting affected by it until now, until the court case. Yeah. So you tell me who, if we're just talking defamation, just talking wrongfully putting out misinformation about a person that's damning, that's what this is about. And clearly, I mean, who's lost, just going off of who's lost their jobs the most in this recent, who's taken the bigger hit, who is Hollywood blackballing? I mean, shit, Minamate was pushed back.
I'd be shocked if she gets work after this.
Yeah.
She's going to take a big hit off of this.
I can't wait for the cross-examination. I can't wait. Because I was listening to this. I was at the gym listening to this, and I was just like, dude, this lady is lying. So let's get into, because she was streaming Law and Crime, man, and they've struck me before, so I skipped right over that.
The monster behind the mask. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right.
She's talking about herself. Oh wait,
no,
okay.
You can see the thumbnail. It's rich.
I mean, we see in that video that he was smashing glass, smashing glasses, smashing the glass pane.
He didn't smash anything in that video. This is what Kay does. Like, he didn't smash anything. He slammed doors, sure, but he wasn't throwing glasses and smashing anything. He was just kicking. I mean, and I'm not trying to I guess I'm splitting hairs here, but at least be factual with the details. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna sit here and point out the one thing you have working for you is that one video of him being a dick, right? And just having a temper tantrum. But be accurate when you describe it. Don't try to make it worse than it was.
And let's be real, okay? If this is your highlight, because I can see she's going in on this, I already see where this is coming before she says another fucking word, right? Oh, well, look at his violent temper. Well, let me ask you something. If you are in love with someone, we've all probably had people that we love, and we've gotten into disagreements, right? And especially guys, right? I've done it. You get mad, you kick something, or you go fuck and you walk away or something like that.
Yeah, it's
does
stupid
not make
behavior,
abuse.
but we've all done it. Yeah,
You know
it's
what's so
stupid
interesting?
behavior, but we've all done it.
If we applied this same kind of nonsensical logic, if you will, to her case, I don't think she'd be happy. I'm just saying.
Right. Which I would like to be able to do in some way, shape, or form. Because trust me, I'm going to be following the developments of her case.
One thing that stood out to me too in that video too is his house is kind of a dump.
What? Wow.
His kitchen is
This
kind
man
of
owns how many?
I mean, it's not even
to
really
Critical
nice.
K, guys. Welcome to
Why
Critical
does it
K,
depend
guys.
on what happened before, Shelley?
Because it
Why
gives
so
context.
Shelley, in your
though.
mind, is there ever an excuse to fly into a rage and begin smashing, slamming, throwing things, bashing? What is the excuse, Shelley? I'm just curious because I'd love to have this conversation. What
You should see the way that she rages in Facebook chats. I mean, just rages. I've seen her rage on her channel, and she loves to like just insult people who disagree with her in her chat. She loves to do that. That's what she's doing right now.
is the rationale for flying into a rage like that? And
someone antagonizes you and fucking records it, and you're both high profile celebrities.
Like you're a
I
5-year-old.
wonder.
And they're both drinking, so
no.
Yeah, and I have no doubt. I have no doubt in my mind. I do not think, and I don't care what anybody thinks or says, I do not think that Johnny Depp was an angel in that relationship. I do not believe that. But I mean, look at this guy. He's a guy who he emulates his heroes, which are writers such as Hunter S. Thompson, and who has also been known to have violent outbursts. Charles Bukowski, who also has been known to have violent outbursts and violent arguments with his significant other. I'm not saying that he actually hit her or anything, but I'm sure he was no angel in the way that he called her names or smashed walls or whatever. But it doesn't mean that he was the abusive one at all. And someone who is abused, at least usually generally a woman who is abused, is afraid, scared. She doesn't come off as afraid or scared in any of the footage that I've seen or any of the recordings that I've heard. None.
I mean, Glare, in 2012, okay.
She's not an abuse victim, is what I'm saying. You know,
in 2012, the abuse for him and her outlashes had already started, because during the court case, when they went back and they showed that picture, literally their fucking honeymoon. And they have that picture that he took with all of those people on that boat, and he has a bruise above his eye. He's got scrapes and cuts, and she's perfectly fine. There is nothing on her. Now, he could have ran into a door or banged into something, but I mean, if we're playing the devil's advocate angle, but and I mean, the bodyguard testified to this, and it's like this. Just picture this: her anger and her rage and the way she is, which nobody likes to talk about. This all started from that point. So when you are being constantly hit, cursed at, and things like that, yeah, you're naturally going to have an outburst back in defense of yourself. There is not a guy or a girl who's not going to be like, you know what? I've had enough of this shit. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point that she's showing that video, how many times has he dealt with her outburst? How many things did he have to cover up?
Yeah. I mean, you know, and them being very public people and him being a very public person, he doesn't want this stuff getting out. You know what I mean? That's their personal shit. But then she goes and then blasts it, and they're lies. You know, so now he's just in a position, and he loses one of his most famous parts, if not the most famous role that he ever had, and highest paying, and he loses this because of her lies, which is exactly why we're here, you know. And so sure enough, I mean, yeah, dude, like I've had somebody who supposedly loved me, you know, just berate me and insult me and call me every name in the book and throw shit at me and hit me. And, you know, now I'm not traumatized from it, but I have been the guy who fucking punches the wall and fucking yells and screams. And
I've been there too.
Called her the C word. Yeah. I've called her the C word and a bitch and blah, blah, blah. I've done all that shit, you know, but, you know, most of that was just frustration from, I don't understand you and why you would rather be in a fight than sit around and enjoy each other's company. You know, you have to be insulting and shitty for whatever reason. It doesn't make any sense. And I've committed to you, and now it's like, you know, I just want you to fucking be nice. How hard is it to fucking be nice? You know? This is how it comes off to me, because she doesn't seem to have any emotion when she's talking to him. It's really strange.
Beans, they said it was the house in Los Angeles. You could be right. It could be the house on the island, but what they said in the beginning was it was the house in Los Angeles.
What is the fuck?
I know.
She's an idiot.
I know,
Oh my
Jill.
gosh.
One strays away.
Does she not know how much those houses are worth?
Of one's emotions. I know, this is a load of crap.
It's a dump. Like, not to mention that he owns, like, even Amber in her testimony was saying.
Okay, so Nicole R.
was saying that he owns, like, houses everywhere. Like, wherever they go, he owns a house, basically. And, you know, when they were doing the press kit or the press tour and whatever, he had houses all over the place.
I want to respond to that.
Let's read this. He's got faults too, but the man even had to go to sleep on a toilet floor on the plane because she started whining. There's recordings that he asked many times for her to leave and have a break. Okay, now she's going to respond to it. This should be great.
In a way that I hopefully helps you understand where I'm coming from. Okay. So Nicole R says he's got faults too, but the man even had to go to sleep on a toilet floor on the plane because she started, I think you meant whining. There's recordings that he asked.
So yeah, she has to take, I mean, yeah, she misspelled it, but she just had to take that little jab that she misspelled whining.
Many times for her to leave and have a break. I'll grant you that I think it's becoming quite clear that she's the type of woman. I don't know if she still is. Okay. I don't know if this relationship brought that out in her and she's changed.
Bullshit.
But I think it's becoming quite.
And you see how she's talking about it, like she knows, like she's been following this and she has not. But go ahead, Zod. Sorry, I just had to point that out.
If you know anything about this case, and I'm tracking back to her first film, which unfortunately I've seen way too many Amber Heard movies than I care to admit, but Never Back Down. Her co-star has a podcast, and I would advise people go check it out. I forget his name, but he was the main actor of the movie. But or the friend or something, where he goes into, she was having wild parties and she would come on to set late. She would come on to set intoxicated. She did big drug parties. No, you would think it would be Lindsay Lohan. No, we're talking Amber Heard. And she would do the shit before she met Depp, and then Karen, fucking before that, her last relationship, immediately before Johnny Depp, with another woman, she was arrested for abusing her or being loud or verbal or whatever. She was arrested. And then she tried to accuse the cop of being homophobic, and the cop's like, I'm gay. So that's not the reason. You're just being loud and rude. So yes, thank you. She was arrested in 2003. So tell me this, if Johnny Depp brought out this animal instinct in her, then why has she been getting in trouble since she first fucking started acting? If this was an isolated thing, I could get behind this point. But when you literally have a pattern, it's called a pattern of behavior where this tracks since 2003 and probably sooner than that, of her being like this, then you've got to say, okay, it's the individual too. It's her too. She has a violent streak. I mean, it's arrests. It's documented. There's court documents. This bitch. Oh my God. This is the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Just out of curiosity, I looked up this supposed dump that she was fucking just talking about. And what I found is that it's a antique, it's a vintage home from the 1930s. And it was the former home of the Dracula star Bela Lugosi. And that he purchased it. He also purchased a penthouse condo in LA's Eastern Columbia building. So he has a condo in LA, but he also has this 1930s home that a lot of famous people have lived in. So the reason why it looks older, dumbass, is because it's a famous vintage home from the 1930s. And it's worth like $12 million.
Wow. Sounds like a real dump.
Right. Right. What a dummy.
Here.
Right.
That within the construct of this relationship with Johnny Depp, she became the kind of person who would not allow him, if they were in conflict, okay, if conflict arose and they began to have an argument and tempers started to heat up, I get the sense that he would get to a point, he probably engaged sometimes, Nicole R. I mean, you understand that, right? There were probably times when he didn't retreat, where he did go at it with her, where
so she's basically saying right here that, yeah, Amber would attack him again, but yet Johnny's the monster in some way, shape, or form. Like, why does she think that she's making sense right now? It makes no sense that she would think that she's making sense.
I'm not trying to be mean, but does she have issues with her eyes? Is there a reason why she's talking with her eyes closed?
Yeah, it's called scotch.
Oh, okay. Proceed then. My bad.
Like, come on, just use common sense and go back to any time you've had a fight with your boyfriend or your husband. Okay. This is how conflict begins. And this is how an argument goes. Okay. Let's just use common sense. Okay. One person says something that ticks the other person off. The other person comes back and snipes. Then the other person snipes. Then the other person snipes. Then the other person
where's
snipes.
your proof?
And on it goes. Okay. I highly doubt
the opposite. Where's the proof
that
he ever sniped the argument?
Conflicts were the following. She sniped and he immediately.
What were you saying, Zod?
And went and locked himself.
Her argument is so open-ended because I could come out here and say the same thing. I could say, "Oh, Amber Heard clearly sniped," but here's the thing: where, Kay, if you have this theory, okay, let's play devil advocate here and say it was Johnny Depp antagonizing. Well, where are these audios? Where are all of the audios?
Right.
Where's
because
the evidence?
even with Paul Bettany, he was talking to him in confidence because he was upset, angry, and venting, but he never directly said it to Amber. It was two friends venting about someone being a complete bitch. So where where is in those audio recordings, where is it him saying, oh yeah, well fuck you, I'll kill you, or what you would expect an abuser to come back with, like, oh, you think you could fuck with me? Well, I'll end you. Where's the threatening tone back? If he's this monster, in those audio tapes where she's explaining that she just open hand hit him, or she can't remember, that where is his comeback? Like, I'm gonna kill you or something like that.
Exactly.
There's none. He sounds like a person abused. He sounds like a victim. Like, I don't want to argue. I don't want to do this. Can't we just, it's very evasive.
And an abuser just keeps on nagging and nagging and nagging and nagging. That's what they do. Even if it's men with women, how fucking worthless you are. What kind of a fucking, I know you're off to fucking sucking this dick and blah, 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 and it just never stops. You know what I mean? And they may not even have to be physically abusive. But when somebody is just sitting there and she totally comes off as the type that just will take really, really cold jabs that she knows cuts him deep, just to elicit a response from him. She comes off as the type of person that when that by her actions, right? By her actions, by behaving in the way that she does after a fight, by like taking pictures, of a bruise that he left on the back of her arm, or whether she put makeup on or whatever, and then took pictures of that. She comes off like somebody who was eliciting, not somebody who is afraid, but somebody who is trying to elicit a response. And then when they finally get the response, they're like, there it is. Got you, and took these pictures, of herself, and then started writing letters to herself. It's just, she's coming off like somebody who would instigate these things, like somebody who wants to be a victim. And it's very manipulative.
I'm going to tell you, no way. That's how it went down. So I promise you, there were times when he fully engaged back with her and was just as crazy as her. Promise you that. There were times when he sniped back. Not everything was recorded.
Stop saying snipe.
So I'm sure there were times where maybe he sniped or she sniped.
Does she mean snapped?
Each other. They sniped.
They snapped back?
Sarcastic
God, man. If you
they didn't snipe, that means killing somebody.
From afar.
Just saying. Wow.
So
okay.
if this were a drinking game where you had to take a shot every time she said snipe, dude, we'd be on the floor already.
Or agitated comments like, what did you do that for? Why are you doing that? Why are you women backseat drive or men backseat drive, or they get mad at each other. Or, why did you buy that? Or where's our grocery money? Or what did you do? You're so irresponsible. Da, 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 da. People do this to each other. Okay. This couple is no different from anybody else, except they have a whole lot of money.
No.
And they have a lot.
It's not that simple.
No.
You see what she's doing there? She's minimizing this shit so much.
Mm-hmm. What I heard Amber say to Johnny in those recordings is fucked up. That is not something everybody does. I'm sorry. But if my husband ever spoke to me that way, or I ever spoke to my husband that way, there would be none of us anymore. Like
extremely
that
dysfunctional.
is abusive. Yes.
Yeah. Extremely. That's not just every couple that fucking nags at each other, dude, or snipes at each other.
My God.
Fucking snipe. Like, and here's the thing that amazes me. If everyone, I'm sure you're listening to this and everything, you notice she hasn't answered the actual fucking question that Nicole asked, like, at all. She went into a tangent about, well, maybe he said something. Okay, that's cool. But the question was that day there were recordings of her saying stuff, but none of Johnny's. So
right.
It's okay. This particular question, you haven't fucking answered it at all.
I was telling my Discord today because she was just like, everything sounded so scripted. Because she was talking about how Johnny was drinking so much tea. I think I said I'm gonna start a gossip channel where I'm gonna call it lots of tea, and I mean like a lot of tea. She said that like 5 times, dude. I was like, okay, like why? Okay, he drinks a lot of tea. Okay,
and
right.
And they're several years apart.
I'm sure
He's
she
old
drinks a
enough
lot
to
of
do
alcohol.
that, okay.
Right.
So
yeah.
I'm sure there were times where she sniped and he sniped and she
God
sniped
damn it.
and he sniped and she sniped, but got the best.
And then he sniped, and then they all
Didn't know what
sniped.
to say back.
And then they used a silencer.
Drunk
Everybody
or
sniped.
to brain dead, and would then get frustrated that he couldn't hold up his end of the argument or debate, and then went and tried to leave.
I feel like she's describing
None of
her
this
own-
was on the
No
airplane.
doubt
None of this was.
that there were
Right. No, what she's doing is basically describing her own experiences and then just making it theory that that's actually what happened, regardless of the recordings that exist. She's just saying this is what happened.
Projection, hearsay. I'm just kidding.
Exactly.
she was the kind of person in this relationship where she went after him and wanted to continue it, especially if she was also drinking. Okay.
So then, by your own logic, you just destroy your whole argument.
Hollywood, she broke.
Are you
horses.
fucking kidding me?
So there's something about her personality that she likes to take something wild and untamed
That's
and
not
break it.
That's not a personality trait, psycho.
Yeah.
That's not a personality trait. That's called being an abusive sack of shit. That's what that is.
It's exactly what that is. But she wouldn't, because she is an abusive sack of shit.
Okay.
Because she is one, she's gonna defend it and justify it in some way, shape, or form. She wants to take something wild and break it. Okay.
It's just it doesn't make her a bad person. It doesn't make
It
her
does,
evil.
though.
Oh, wow.
What?
It doesn't make her evil.
She's doing air quotes?
Personality. And
That's not what air quotes mean. Oh my gosh.
See, I don't need to play it again. He has times where he's crazy and untamed. And he's out of control. And he's acting like a wild horse. He's bucking. He's kicking. He's
I did not see any of that, Kay. I didn't see bucking.
And she.
Did we watch the same clip? Am I fucked up right now?
I think
Because
she's
I
fucked up.
haven't been drinking.
Control that.
He was bucking, guys. He was bucking, y'all.
That comes out in her. But now I'm going to go back to what I was saying before I went on this tangent.
Thank God.
People choose. The heart wants what the heart wants.
Oh.
People choose who they choose. You
That's deep.
cannot choose someone and then distance from it and act like you didn't choose them. You can't choose your husband.
So hold on a second.
What the fuck?
So hold on a second. I just want to make sure because maybe I interpreted this fucked up. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm fucked up. But is she blaming Johnny Depp for
Yes.
getting angry and being this abusive monster because he can't choose who he has? The heart wants what the heart wants. So he stayed in this relationship knowing that. Is this fucking lady joking?
She's serious. And not only that, but she's saying, oh, well, Amber can't help it because it's just her personality.
This is the stupidest take I've seen. And I've seen a lot of stupid things on Twitter. And this is the dumbest, most nonsensical take I've heard in a very long time.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah.
And then try to act like you were no part of that decision. You just don't know how you ended up with such a piece of shit.
That's what Amber's saying.
Oh,
By
that's
your
interesting.
are you fucking kidding me?
That's an interesting perspective. So, oh man. So I guess if you end up in an abusive relationship, according to Kay, you should just, you made your bed, lay in it. That's her. That's basically her logic here is, all of a sudden, all of a sudden you didn't know this person was abusive. That's exactly how it happens. That's literally how it happens. Nobody
comes into a relationship.
Nobody sees somebody beat up their girlfriend and go, "Ooh, I gotta have him." You know what I mean?
Right.
And then, no, they convince you that they're the perfect person until you make them mad and you're already living together practically. That's usually how that happens.
Wow.
This lady's unbelievable.
That doesn't work that way. You chose them. There was something about them that you loved. Something about them that lit your fire.
Money.
Something about them that made
Houses.
you
Right.
feel
Exactly.
passion. Something
That
about
doesn't
them that
matter.
made you feel youthful. Something about
Because
them
the
that
second
made
they
you
start
feel
beating
needed.
you,
Something about
it's done. Like, it doesn't matter how many bracelets they bought you or how many candlelight dinners they had when you first started. None of that shit matters, because the second they start putting their hands on you, they're now an abuser. Kay,
Right.
what the fuck?
Like, and I'm confused here, Blair. Maybe it's just me. Jesus Christ, I'm confused as to what the fuck her point is. Because if you take that, what she's saying, to any side of that, it doesn't make either look good. Because you're victim blaming if you're talking about Depp, and you're making Amber look even shittier if you're talking about Amber. I don't know who this scenario is tailored for. She is terrible at commentary. Like, holy shit.
Dude, at one point she had like something like, it was crazy. It was like, I can't remember how many subs, like somewhere 30,000.
Did she really?
I mean, yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like, yeah, the Sophie thing, she jumped all over that. And she realized there was nobody opposing. And so she had to be that opposing view, and she got all kinds of hate, but she also got a whole lot of support. Because there's this subculture of people who look at her like everything that she says is pure gospel. Like, they call her the queen. It's crazy.
Ew. So I have a question. So is this a case where she's seeing, oh my gosh, if I, stick up for Amber, I'm going to get a ton of hate watchers and views and money and blah, blah, blah? Or does she genuinely think that Amber is the victim here?
It's both. It's both.
Okay.
Like, she takes pride in that. Yeah. What she does is she'll go the opposition, and then she'll call it critical thinking. And if you don't agree with her, well, then you're incapable of critical thought. That's her thing.
Hence the name. Okay.
Right.
Wow.
About them that made you feel
Okay.
desired. You chose. He chose her. He cannot.
Wow.
Just
So he's to
because
blame.
it went bad.
She is blatantly blaming a victim right now.
What a piece of shit.
This is what she does. This is what she does, folks.
Badly by his own actions and her actions, he cannot disassociate from the fact that he chose her and then blame her for everything that went wrong.
Yes, he can. Are you shitting me right now? Are you? Is this lady fucking serious?
And reaction.
She's got to be fucking joking.
You get into a just like every conflict.
What she does is she finds what's going to make everyone mad on a mass level, and then convinces herself of that logic. So yeah, she believes the shit that she's saying, and it's in her nature too. Like, she is an abusive, fucked up person. Absolutely.
Well, okay.
I've
I hope you lose
proven
that
it.
suit, and I hope you go live on the street homeless, so that we can all laugh at you. How about that?
She's definitely gonna lose that suit. She's definitely gonna lose that suit.
Like, is a snipe and a snipe and a snipe and a snipe and a snipe.
Shot,
Jesus Christ.
Shot.
It becomes a full-blown argument. every relationship is an action and an action and an action and an action. That's why communication is so important.
Oh my gosh.
And that's why
You are terrible at communication.
So, you know, your husband forgets your birthday or your husband overspends or whatever. As angry as you are, you have to stop in that moment and say, okay, is it really worth? Because if I say something, if I snipe, he's going to get defensive, and then it's going to lead to an argument, and then it might go back. It might end up in a bad place. Is it going to be worth it? Choose your battles. You have to choose your battles. And when you choose someone, you choose all.
That fucking never occurred to me to pick my battles. Interesting.
Like, like, you know what amazes me, because I've dealt with a lot of commentators like her. You know, I was once part of a group that's called the Phantom Menace, and I had a lot of back and forth with them, and I heard the same bullshit of this one-sided commentary and this reaching, and what these people do is they talk around the issue, but one, they never get to the fucking point,
Right.
and two, they don't give a clear, concise answer. Like, look, like me or hate me, you guys will probably see something. I do a late night talks. I say a lot of offensive shit, but I own it. And I'm like, hey, that's just how I feel at the time. And I'm going to cut the bullshit and go straight to the point and tell you exactly what I'm thinking. This fucking lady, it has been for the past, 20 minutes talking in a complete fucking circle. And this kind of commentating agitates the shit out of me, because you're intentionally trying to razzle dazzle your fucking audience into thinking you know all of this shit when you've just been talking complete and total fucking nonsense for 20 minutes. Pure nonsense.
No
Facts, no evidence.
Yeah, what's really funny about her is this is the thing that she always does. Like, she loves the fact that there's people in her chat that are going, wait a minute, no. You know, like, do you understand? And these are people who probably like her, but and what's really funny about Kay is she will always talk about evidence. Where is the evidence? But yet, in this case, when there is evidence that doesn't go with her point and her perspective, well, then she doesn't bring up evidence at all.
Where's the wrinkles in her brain? Nowhere.
Yeah. So when somebody, and you know, to touch on your point, Zod, when somebody, I've noticed a pattern with people who are wrong, right? Usually the right person is the one who's continuing to make the same point and saying this is it, and the other person who's wrong continues to make a different counterpoint to counter that one same point. Like, this is just how it is. There's evidence, there's this, there's that, and then they're going to talk around and around and around and around and around, and then all you have to do is just like, here, look, just listen. This is what I'm saying. And usually the person who's been making the same point is at least sure of what they're saying, versus somebody who clearly doesn't know what they're talking about because they actually have no point to what they're saying, which is what she's doing right here.
All of that, everything that comes with them. When you decide to love someone, he decided to love her. He didn't end up with her by chance. The relationship fairy didn't just twinkle along and drop Amber in his lap.
That's exactly what fucking. Are you fucking kidding me? Has she not done any research? They met. You dumb bitch. They met on the Rum Diaries. He said, "Oh shit, she's hot." They talked, and he was like, I'd like to have another conversation."
And he's fresh out of a relationship himself, so she's a rebound. He's like, I get to do whatever I want, you know. Yeah, like that's how this happened. I agree that they rushed into something probably when neither were actually ready, because she was fresh out of her relationship too. So neither of them were ready to engage in a relationship, and it was happening so fast. In her words, it all happened so fast, and it was all so amazing and passionate, you know. that, you know, usually when that happens, man, people get to know each other, and you know, they tend to burn, the fire tends to burn out rather than fade away. You know what I mean?
They crash and burn.
Right.
Had already established he was done with that toy. That was a toy, kind of like Chris Watts. He was done with all that. He wanted a new woman, but Johnny Depp didn't have to murder. He had money. He had money. He could keep Vanessa and the children happy.
I knew.
Wow.
I knew she would compare Johnny Depp to Chris Watts. I fucking knew it.
I mean, I don't know because, like I said, I'm on the JD side of things, and I don't know the comparison, but I do know the way she worded that. So just so I can make sure I make this as concise as possible. So you're saying that him and all of this shit that happened to him was his fault, but as a way to cover it up, now he's got money. If this was the case, why the fuck did he wait almost 2 years to even bring a defamation suit and try to work it even after the divorce? He said, look, we'll let bygones be bygones. I'll pay you this money. Fuck it. I don't care. Just keep this out of the public eye. Now, if how she's framing it is that, oh, he had money instead, right? Wouldn't he have started a smear campaign back when they first fucking divorced? If this was his end game, right? Let's put on our thinking caps, people. Let's be logical. If his whole end game from the start was to destroy her, then why the fuck would he start it 2 years late? Why not strike while the iron's hot? While this whole thing, it came out in the tabloids, oh, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard breaking out. Why not be a dick then and just pile on as much shit as you can and strike them while they're weak? You want to know why? Because he didn't want to fucking take it to that level. He wanted to keep it between them, to keep their business private. And that's not even up for a fucking debate. Just look at the fucking timeline. This woman has no fucking idea what she is, not one fucking clue what she's talking about. She has clearly not even done her due diligence to go backwards and make a fucking timeline, because if you chronologically track it from fucking 2012 till now, you could see which pattern in that the timeline itself who was building up a case.
And
it wasn't Johnny.
This isn't even a crime case, and that's what you do in crime cases is you follow a timeline to understand how things happen. Kay just put a bow on this live, guys, because she is live now, and you could see this is her little thumbnail that Amber speaks her truth because of this her testimony. I cannot wait to hear what she thinks of Amber's testimony today. So let's get into that.
Is the recordings, the videos, the things that even he said on the stand, the things that witnesses have said and not said, because a lot of his witnesses, in my opinion, lied by omission.
Word salad.
Completely forthcoming.
Totally.
I mean, we know the downtown.
We just got our eyes open. I guess the scotch hadn't kicked in yet.
Right.
He just simply didn't share all the pictures he had of the Gold Coast home scene, which I believe she's lucky to have survived.
Oh my God.
But you have, I believe a lot of his witnesses purposely misstating things that were said.
Fantastic.
Well, that's sniping. I mean,
that happened, trying to make her look as bad as they possibly can, because they want to help their boss win this, so that he can get back to work and start making tens of millions of dollars.
You do realize, you dumb bitch, that's perjury, right? If they lie under oath, then but look, you can say, yes, these are Johnny Depp's witnesses. There is something to be said that, yes, they would be more heavily favored probably to come out and talk about how great a guy he is. On the other side of that, this is sworn testimony. If it's proven once that they are lying under fucking oath, they would lose their job and not be able to get employed. There would be repercussions in their personal life. That's the risk you take when you go to bat at court for someone. Like, this is just so. And you're gonna discount a fucking psychologist who she fucking destroyed the defense in their cross-examination that they where they objected to themselves. Really, we're giving Amber's brain trust legal wonder team credit when they can't even word their own sentences correctly. Are you shitting?
Like, makeup mobster, are you surprised? Are you surprised? The makeup mobster knows who Kay is.
Alcohol, because he will keep partying until he's dead. I don't agree with people that he's clean and sober. I don't believe it.
I don't believe you're sober. And
if
Right.
he were to be in that position again, where he was just making money hand over fist, he would be snorting it, drinking it, blowing it on any stupid
Oh yeah.
thing
What
he
what about Robert Downey Jr.? You
women,
dumb bitch.
hookers,
No
I
one
just
can get
believe
clean.
that.
That's what you're saying.
He
That
would.
it's just fucking hopeless. Put a
And
fork
his
in it.
buddies and his friends, including ZZ Top, they want that back again. ZZ Top, Travis McGivern, had to go find another job because Johnny can't afford him. I'm sure can't pay him. He's not working enough.
You're
to need
sure?
it. He's had to.
You're positive about that? You have
not
proof.
in the same financial position he once was. And these people want him to get his income back. They want him to win this. So they're going to go in there and they're going to say what they can comfortably say without being
and her
called
people
out on
want
lies,
her
and many of
to
them
get back to
were
work
caught
too.
in lies. You had
What's so funny here is if Amber, I believe this wholeheartedly, if Amber was actually the victim in this situation, she would be tearing her apart. She would be calling her fake. She would be calling her a liar. She would be doing everything that she could to drag Amber Heard. Like, she would be absolutely calling out the fact that Amber was on the stand and did not shed one tear the entire time. Even though she fake cried many times, not one actual tear was shed.
except for Dr. Kipper. I thought Dr. Kipper did a pretty good job. I thought Nurse Debbie left out a lot that she saw.
Oh, because the nurse doesn't have a Hippocratic oath to tell the truth, especially in a fucking court.
Coming about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think for sure Travis McGivern was not very honest for him. The chauffeur, absolutely not. Definitely not.
Okay, I'll give her that. The chauffeur
I don't put a whole lot of stock
was
in
that the dude vaping in the car? He was a little bit
No,
questionable.
no, he wasn't the chauffeur. That was he was the concierge at the front desk, I think.
Oh yeah, that guy I wouldn't have called as a witness.
Right.
That was pretty funny.
It was hilarious, actually. Even the judge was like, shit, I've never seen that in my life.
There for 7-8 years. And
she's always putting on chapstick too, like always.
Oh yeah, you got to moisten your lips when you got that bullshit that cracks and chaps.
well, right, and you're dehydrated from all the booze from the night before.
During the O.J. Simpson trial, I lived there during the Rodney King riots. The LAPD are worthless.
This should be great.
I mean, they are.
gosh.
They're worthless.
Say something, bitch.
And
Say it.
when that chick said,
yeah, you can count on it.
Well, nobody likes us. Yeah, for a reason. The LAPD are pretty. They did nothing to ever put O.J. Simpson in check. Now I get it. It was a different time. It was domestic violence.
No, okay.
I love that. That's where she goes. See, that's where she goes. She doesn't talk about how the LAPD are shit for fucking beating a guy.
Or how they destroyed that case. That case should have been a slam dunk.
She doesn't talk about that. What she talks about is the fact that they fucked up because O.J. Simpson got away with murder. That's what she wants to focus on.
Jesus Christ!
Right. This is the mind that I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Okay.
In the 90s than it is now. But I think for celebrities, there's a different code. There's a different standard operating procedure when dealing with celebrities. And they deal with a lot of celebrities by virtue of the fact of that's where they're caught. So Hollywood police and Los Angeles police, when dealing with celebrities, They're notoriously go easy on them and don't do the right
That's
thing.
bullshit. When they went,
And they're
according
not
to the body cam
necessarily,
footage, when
honest.
they went there, they
You
didn't
know, I
even
mean,
know it
it
was
was proven during
fucking
the OJ
Amber
trial. They
Heard
were
and
honest
Johnny
with each
Depp.
other.
They
This
just
guy's not
they even
bullshit.
go in and they're like Miss Heard, blah blah blah.
But you
She's
can
not even fucking
tell
well known
that
enough to get that
she
treatment. Are you
told
shitting
these
me?
stories many times. She's
Then
sick of
explain to me
telling them.
why all these celebrities are getting arrested. There's mug shots. They're being sent to rehab. They're losing their license. Like if her narrative was true, then that means none of these celebrities would ever be on TMZ.
Right. And she's talking about, she uses OJ as an example, and OJ happened like 30 years ago, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
not to mention he got away with it because of chain of custody. There was so much nuance to that case. Like, I mean, I watched the People versus OJ a couple of years ago, and it's like when you go back through and you look, there was so many times, and it goes from the defense or the prosecution all the way up to the police and the chain of custody.
The defense, the murder defense gods blessed Johnny Cochran is what happened.
Oh yeah.
Because how in the world, what are the chances that the arresting or the lead investigator after the Rodney King riots, right? Just after the LA is just hanging by a thread right now because of the OJ trial, because they're still angry about what happened. So in the midst of this, the lead detective on OJ's case just happens to be a racist who ends up having recordings, tons of recordings of him being racist and admitting to planting evidence. All of this, I mean, that doesn't happen. That is unbelievable that happened. And that is what got OJ off. That is exactly what got OJ off. And then, just dumb moves like trying to make, having him try on the glove. That was just stupid. Like,
I can tell when her emotion is genuine, when she really becomes emotionally triggered. And I can tell when she's forcing it. And I think there are times that she's forcing it.
Yeah, the whole time.
Because she is terrified of losing this. There's a lot riding on this verdict.
This is her defending.
And
this is her defending Amber being dishonest on the stand.
Wow. Wow.
What's up, Annie? Let's see. Can't stay, but saw you were live and just wanted to say Amber is whack and keeps dressing like JD to get the popular vote. Even parted her hair strategically today so the jury could see her croc tears. Right. Well, she didn't even. Yeah, there were no tears. None. But thanks for stopping by, Annie.
I try to put myself in her shoes because I try to put myself in his shoes. I try to put myself in.
No, you didn't. Not at all. Every fucking thing I heard, you never once even entertained the thought. You fucking liar.
Put yourself in the other person's position and see the world and their circumstance and their dilemma through their eyes and through their feelings. And I did really put myself in her shoes, and I believe that time has passed and she's really moved on from him mentally. He's not.
Is that why she's mad? Because he won't look at her,
over her.
And she keeps dressing like him?
Very much attached to her. Same way Michael Long was to Kelly Long. He cannot let go of this woman. And she's, I think, completely over him.
So just a quick little fun fact about that case. Michael was married again, like remarried, living with his wife. They had a child together, and she had her kids living there, and he had his kids. What Michael was doing was following up on allegations made by his 10-year-old daughter about her mom. That's all that was.
Would love nothing more than to just get on with her life. And I wouldn't blame her if she has times where she just hates his guts.
Is Kay married?
But she can't get on the stand.
Currently married.
And act like she hates his.
Currently married, right.
And they live together?
And they live together, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
guts because she's afraid that the jury is going to perceive that as her being aggressive. So to a certain extent, her lawyers are telling her, you need to come off as sympathetic. You need to come off as though you're not really harboring a grudge for him. You need to come off as though, you still love him and you're hurt by all this.
No, what you need to do when you're on the stand, right? And you're defending yourself against a defamation suit is actually show proof of your abuse. That's what you do. Right. Be honest. Be honest and show proof. If you're being honest, show proof, which is what she completely failed to do. Like, because her attorney, while she's questioning her, would have been like, oh, okay, but what she did with a couple of things. Can you explain this text thread? Can you explain this video? And all she did was play the video from the thing. And then there was the table. Zod, you're going to want to chime in on this one. The table with the picture of the breakfast table with the lines and the
completely staged.
Right.
Looking photo. And
why is it staged? How do you know that?
Because that was that was not the original picture.
Right. So you saw other pictures of it being positioned differently. The things on the table being positioned differently. They right.
But
they only showed the one picture.
Yeah. If you guys have been following this for a while, there's been several pictures out there of these different events, things like after the vodka bottle thing, the Johnny Depp's amazing throw, even though he's half blind. But anyways, whatever. There's been all these photos, and it's like they've been picking out stuff like it was so doctored looking, like so perceived the way that they organized everything. And I'm like, that's not the original picture. I mean, you can go online and find the original photos and stuff. They're not showing that. It's just like with that doctor.
I bet you it gets shown when she's cross-examined. I can't wait for that. But I bet you anything that Johnny's attorneys are going to show all this stuff.
I mean, she had numerous liquor bottles all over the place. Just think about even before we get, because I can't wait for cross-examination, but just think about like them talking about how much wine that she ordered just for herself. And I calculated it, and it was over like $1,000 worth in wine alone. Wow. And so, okay, if we're going to say Johnny was on all these drugs, right? He's this big alcoholic. Well, why, if you're trying not to anger him, you're trying not to make him mad, why would you order so much fucking wine to have all that alcohol in your house? If this is a man who is triggered by how much alcohol he consumes,
and you're
why would you enable that?
Yeah, and you're traumatized by it. You, as a result of his drinking, causes you trauma. Why would you put all that wine in the house?
Exactly.
It makes no sense.
Exactly.
Makes no sense.
And you need to come off as the bigger person, even if you don't feel like it. Because I promise you, she has times where she doesn't feel like it. She has times where she
Kay's incapable of doing that, by the way.
Cannot stand him. Where she probably, in her wildest fantasies, dreams that he'll just drop off the face of the earth and stop existing, so that all of this stress goes away and she can get her career back on track. She's not getting any younger. She's 36.
No, don't forget, folks, that she's in the middle of her own defamation lawsuit right now. Kay is. So this is her basically trying to say that she's playing victim, right? She's like, why? I just want to move on with my life, and I don't want to have to deal with these people that won't leave me alone, but the difference is, and it's funny that she says something about getting back to work, which is really funny to me because that's all Johnny's trying to do. That's what this is all about.
Exactly.
Johnny's just trying to get back to work because she cost him everything.
Most Hollywood stars, hit their peak right around the age she's at right now.
That's not true.
Into
That is not
you
true.
know,
That's
fun
demonstrably
in
false.
the demand for them. I mean, that's not standard. I mean, sure, a lot of stars are able to transcend that, you know, aging and approaching middle age and still get work and still, but people
What
want
about
to
Helen
see,
Mirror?
the mob
What
wants
about?
to see beautiful
Are
people.
you fucking kidding me? I cover, if you guys don't know, because you might come on and think I do trial stuff, I actually cover the entertainment side. Right now, ridiculousness, because with Alec Baldwin and all this other shit and Ezra Miller, I've had too much to cover, but I cover this stuff. And yes, I will admit, for women aging, it is harder for them because they have to rely on their acting talent. But it's particularly hard, if we're being specific, for women like Amber. And do you want to know why? Let's talk the hard truth about that. Because all she's got is her fucking looks. And once those go, because she doesn't have an ounce of fucking talent, she will have nothing to rely on. So yeah, she is on a fucking clock.
I agree.
Yeah, and I agree with you because I saw firsthand on that stand how bad of an actress she is. I mean, it was just plain and clear. I was like, this woman is never getting an Oscar, dude.
Like, I mean, Scarlett Johansson is getting up in age, and look at her fucking awesome performance she did in Jojo Rabbit. That was a fucking phenomenal movie, and she was very good in that movie. So, I mean, the age thing, yes, it will affect what type of role you can get as the sexy whatever, but it won't affect you if you're look at fucking Downton Abbey. Now, I fucking hate that show.
Meryl Streep, Glenn
Close,
even Michelle Pfeiffer. You know, I mean,
made a huge comeback.
Right, these women are aging, but because they are very talented, they're always going to get work because. Guess what? There's old people. There's old people who are characters in movies, you know. So what better than to cast an older person as that character if they're going to do it well? But
it's
if
what
you
roles
suck,
you take.
Right. If you suck like she does, then she's not going anywhere. Like she's done after this. I mean, I have my prediction of that cross-examination is going to be so brutal. Like, yeah, it's going to be so bad because her lawyers have not been doing a good job this entire time.
The mob wants to see attractive, beautiful people. They don't want to see people who remind them of them, aging and putting on weight.
Then get off the internet then.
Then how the fuck does that one unfunny actress, what's her name, McCarthy or whatever, how the fuck is she still in movies? If your theory is they want to see all of these fucking beautiful people, then how do people like her have a job? Because it's not about how she fucking looks. It's about the fact that she's good at her craft. At times, depends on the role, but still, she takes funny roles and she's good at what she does.
Yeah, Melissa McCarthy, Amy Schumer, you know, well, right. But the reason why they're popular is because they are very crude in their comedy. Well, Melissa McCarthy's she's more. I mean, yeah, she actually can get really crude and really gross, but. It's because they relate to the average woman, apparently, supposedly. You know what I mean? So what Kay's talking about here is just pure bullshit. You know, they're like people. There's some truth to what she's saying to a certain degree, but there are actors and actresses out there that the every person can relate to. Look at John C. Reilly. You know, John C. Reilly is not a stud movie star looking dude. You know, you have John Goodman, who never was, you know, but people love him. You know what I mean? It's not always about looks, you know. Now in Amber's case, it absolutely is. It absolutely is.
It's kept her in this vortex of vindictiveness for 6 years. Her entire prime, 30 to 36.
What?
He's kept her there.
Where is she pulling this number from?
It's clearly, when you look at her Instagram, and don't come at me and say, oh, it's all phony. I'm sure to a certain extent, yes, a lot of it is, but it is her.
All of it is. It's called filters, dummy.
She's beautiful, and she's
I
a
don't put
great
real
baby,
shit on my
and her
Twitter.
baby is adorable, and I'm sure she's a wonderful mom. And it looks like she's provided a beautiful home. She lives in Yucca Valley, which
Oh
I've
my
been there. It's
gosh.
beautiful.
She's totally making her out to be like, look at the picture look at this thumbnail that she made, man. Like, she's totally just painting her out to be just this strong yet misunderstood woman who has endured so much, but yet is powering through. Get the fuck out of my face.
Gorgeous. It's a very peaceful, wonderful place, as she seems to have constructed for herself a relatively decent life, despite the
Oh yeah, with
situation
JD's money, she did it. She
has
constructed it
been,
great.
bombarding
Right.
her with for
Just gorgeous.
6
She's such a
years.
saint. Look at her
That's a
halo.
long time.
It's amazing.
She looks tired.
I'm
She
blinded by
looks
this
burned
picture.
out. And I think what people are seeing,
Because Instagram is real life,
the
right?
meat and potatoes
Oh yeah,
of
absolutely.
what she's saying,
All the time.
the stories ring true, because there's a lot of corroborating evidence. Obviously, I can't sit here and tell you that every story she's telling is 100% true to the letter. How can it be?
See,
I mean,
even Kay,
I want you to think.
even Kay can't deny that bullshit performance that took place on that stand today. She even she can't deny that, dude. I know her too well. Even she can't deny that. And that's what she's doing right now. She's starting to slowly play damage control of all the shit that she's been saying.
Think back to a
I agree,
specific
Hope.
event
I agree.
in 2013. And can you recall it with crystal clear memory? Nobody can. No, come on.
If you are not
To go back.
lying,
I have to
okay?
orient myself, and I have a great memory. I'd have to orient myself. I'd have to go back.
If you have nothing to hide, okay, if Amber is, and I'm going to use air quotes properly, speaking her truth, right? And this is 100% okay. I don't care who you talk to who have suffered abuse, and I know a lot of fucking people, and I've done interviews with people who have gone through this shit. I did a whole thing on the Nexium cult, right? Yes, there might be gaps in some of the stuff you remember just because of the trauma, like the really hard stuff might be exactly hard for you to recall. But one thing that never fucking changes, okay? One thing you can't lie about is what you feel in that moment. If you are genuine, if you are fucking sincere, you cannot doctor responses, and you should know these. Like, when you listen to Johnny's account, he can fucking recall everything right down to the placement of where he was in a room, because he has a bad memory attached and associated to that one he may never forget. Now, when you go to Amber recalling these stories, she's tripping over words, she's fumbling, because it's harder for you to recount in your mind a lie than it is to recount the truth. The truth comes to you like this. A fucking lie, it's like acting, right? You got to study your script and you got to memorize it, and it's almost got to be the really good liars. It becomes part of their life. Like they lie like they breathe. Amber is not a fucking good liar, not at all. She's barely a good actress.
Terrible liar. Yeah, she's a terrible liar.
Like, it's so disgusting. And what disgusts me most about this is trying to defend this and not give any acknowledgement. Like, oh my God, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Probably does somewhat recall these events with pretty good clarity, because she's had to keep retelling them. But as you keep retelling them, you become numb to them.
That's
so this is that's her excusing her faking crying on the stand. Is, well, now she's become numb to it. That's
not a thing.
No.
I hear a lot of what happened with my ex.
Oh, here we go.
I share it here and there, and I'm going to go into it again a little bit tonight. I share it here and there, but I don't really go into it a lot because I don't want to keep reliving it. He's dead and it's buried. And I was able to obtain what I needed in terms of forgiveness from her family and a sense of closure, you know, because I felt like such a failure.
Oh, you are.
For
God.
not having him arrested and for not reporting it to the police and for not telling my dad and for not telling my mom.
You know what? I just want to say something right now. If we're
my
gonna,
mom had no clue.
The way,
what happened
real
to
quick though, the way that I've seen her talk to people is, and I mean, dude, like I was a moderator for her. I was in private chats. The way that she's even talked to me was like incredible, where like I would have to tell her, yo, I don't know who the fuck you think I am. You know what I mean? Like I'm a grown-up. Like, you're not going to talk to me the way that you talk to these people who think that you're some sort of fucking queen, because I don't see you that way. You know, you're just somebody that I go live with once in a while. That's it. You know what I mean? So I'm not one of your minions that you can completely and totally insult and talk down to. And this is how she talks to all of her moderators. Like she's like a boss that like treats her assistant like shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like in the movies, she's like that with her moderators. Always has been. And so what I'm saying here is that she's defending Amber because she is Amber.
like, you know something? I myself went through some abuse with one of my exes. This was back when I was in the service. And I had just gotten done with boot camp, and I remember this story vividly, even though it sucks to talk about. But I remember she had narcissism and a bunch of other stuff she was dealing with. She was on medication, some psychosis and things like that. But you know, I guess your heart wants what your heart wants, right, Kay? Anyways. And I remember clearly I walked in and we were staying at this like little hotel room or whatever. She was cooking stuff at me and she flung one of them, you know, the shitty coffee pots you get in the room. She flung that at me. And I remember it clearly. If I put myself in that, I can remember specifically like walking in, when you look straight, the bed's over to the left, the little kitchen thing is in the front of us, right? And bam, this coffee pot just flies at me from out of nowhere, and I dodge really quick, and she's cursing, she's yelling at me. And the night before, there was no lead up, no indication to what the argument was about. And I remember those details clearly. You want to know why I remember those fucking details clearly? Because it was one of them. It was a traumatic event, just like shit in the military that I don't sleep at. That I can remember at night, the sounds, the smells, the things that were going on around me. I can remember it when I close my eyes perfectly in great vivid detail. You don't just like the shit just doesn't leave your mind. If I really want to place myself in that space, I can. I don't want to. I don't like to. I've started I took martial arts. I became an instructor. I started working with kids, and it helped me deal with that much better, but it never fucking goes away. I mean, you never become numb to it. It's always there. It's a scar. It's like it's like a scar on your heart and your fucking soul, and it follows you constantly. It infects everything that you do. It infects how you interact with your child, and it affects how you interact with a person you love, how much you trust people. So that statement really fucking pisses me off, the way she words that, because it's like, no, it took me 4 years to get to a place where I'm not waking up at night in a cold sweat. So even her language is very fucking offensive. It's very victim blaming. And
that's what she does. She like somebody made the point here. She absolutely ran Gabby Petito's parents into the ground for not knowing what's going on in Gabby's life. But then today she says her own parents didn't know anything that she was happening to her. Now, that's another one. The Gabby Petito case. Guess what she does? She completely and totally trashes Gabby Petito's parents. She implies, if not flat out says, that Gabby Petito's father was abusive, that they were bad parents because they allowed their daughter to go on to live a hobo life is how she put it.
What? Wow.
Yeah, right. yeah. She's and Makeup Mobster is here saying that she like made her cry in her chat or on her panel. I can't imagine Makeup Mobster ever getting to that point.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
It
and
must have been pretty bad to have her
right.
cry.
That's a
Yeah.
compliment. Like, Makeup Mobster is one of my favorite creators, and she's just a badass. You
Mhm.
know, so like for that to happen, you know, that gives you an idea of how Kay is and how manipulative she can be, and just shitty and abusive.
To me back in Michigan, because in 1994, a month before he murdered his girlfriend and killed himself, he ran into my mom was visiting Michigan from California, and she was in a local grocery store because my sister still lived in the area, and he ran into my mom at a local grocery store and charmed my mom right into giving him my phone number in California. You know, back in those days, you didn't have cell phones, you had landlines, okay, without caller ID. So he was able to intrusively call me in 1994, a month before he killed his girlfriend. And I'm going to go into that a little bit later in the show. But I don't talk about
Now,
it a lot.
I wonder.
So when I do,
I wonder if that's who she stayed in contact with, or if that's was her prison pen pal. I don't know. But she did have a guy that she was writing to in prison that she was in a relationship with.
What is up with all these lols cows and like
That's
falling
so
for like
weird.
serial killers? I don't get it.
It's so weird. It's like, hey, you know they'll kill you, right? How do you not understand this? Like,
And they now have your phone number and address. Way
Right.
to go, genius.
like they'll kill you. That's not. Yeah, Richard Ramirez was not hot. Ted Bundy was not hot. Okay, they'll kill you.
I do get a little emotional about certain parts of it. And I get a little jittery. I feel a little nervous and jittery inside.
No,
It's
that's just the
upsetting,
crack.
you know? And it's triggering to remember because it was a traumatic. I almost died. I look back now and I realize how absolutely close I came to being Whitley Goodman.
I don't believe her.
I almost died.
I mean,
Sorry, but I don't believe any of this.
maybe not. I mean, it's possible. Even a fucking asshole could end up with an abusive person, you know. But I think, I mean, you know, is she milking it for clout? Yeah, for sure. Like, dude, she was on. Okay, she is one of the scourges. Like, somebody who just terrorized the Root Checks, which is Shanann Watts' parents and brother, right? And so she would just drag them and drag them and drag them and drag them, and it got to a point to where they decided to start taking action, and I think before Frankie even had a chance. Now I suspect that maybe he was able to get her channel removed by getting mass flagging, but they weren't false flagging because she violated TOS constantly. She just habitually violated TOS. Right. And she never showed receipts.
I don't like to.
So do I think now, this is somebody, the point that I was getting at was, Netflix did a documentary on the Watts case, right? And there's a small segment towards the end where they explain how there's YouTubers and how they have harassed and trashed Shanann Watts and her family, trashed Shanann Watts' name and harassed her family. And one of her lives was clipped of her going, "She is such a bitch," right? She calls Shanann Watts a bitch, a woman who was pregnant and murdered by her husband, along with her other two kids. So she calls her a bitch on her channel, and then she goes live and goes nuts because Netflix didn't give her the credit for using her clip. Right.
Typical YouTuber.
Right. And every time she mentions it, she says that she was featured on the Netflix documentary about Chris Watts. That's the word she uses. I was featured. No, you were clipped. You were clipped. Just that simple. And doing something shitty and you're proud of it and you're actually complaining that you didn't get credit for it. Wow.
To talk about it because I don't want to give it power over me anymore. It did for so long. And I feel like Amber, she tells these stories.
Yeah, maybe if she's telling the truth, she's definitely milking it for the purpose of milking it is what it is. I wasn't there.
I had to take a drink, so thank you, Kay. I was not going to drink tonight. And then hearing this bullshit.
I'm about to crack open a beer myself in a minute. She's definitely a clout chaser, most definitely. And my point of bringing that up is that she's using whatever her experience was to basically just get some sort of recognition, because it's a point of bragging that she was with a guy and survived him because he ended up killing his girlfriend after her. This is just classic K, everything that she does.
Accuracy that she can, and from the
so would you would you consider K to be a lol's cow at this point?
Yes.
That's a hard yes. That's not
check in the words of BHB. check.
Marie, and same with him. He did too. When he was on the stand, he was telling these stories with the accuracy that I think that he could, omitting a lot of stuff that, a lot of the violent. He was never going to admit to any of the violence, but I think the substance of some of what he said was probably true.
Oh, because he was asked direct questions from the fucking defense, and none of that went into the questioning. So what's your basis for him lying? They never, I have no idea what he's any question he asked concisely. So I'm sorry, folks, but it just astonishes me, the backpedaling here. He wasn't put in a position to even look like he was lying, because when the defense, Amber Heard's crack defense team, cross-examined, they didn't put it in that sort of light. They just retrended over these things and then asked ridiculous fucking questions that I was hard-pressed to think about what that had to do with the case.
And they're overly focused on his drinking and drugging, which he admits to. So, I don't understand what you're trying to establish here. Okay, yeah, I was probably drunk that night. I was probably high. Sure. Yeah. It doesn't change the fact that I recorded her being a fucking complete and total crazy person.
Right. I mean, just think about it. If the roles were reversed and they found a woman who had been beaten by her husband, and you go to her and say, well, did you have wine?
Right, exactly.
That
would not happen.
Did you provoke him?
Exactly.
Right. That would not happen. Yeah, you picked him. Wow.
Jesus.
He's recalling specific events too, that he can, outside of when he was, blitzed and blacked out. But I think she's so over it. But she's got to convince this jury. She has to win them over, because there's a lot riding on this. If this jury,
but you just said, look at her angelic face,
which
the baby. Look at that crown she's got hovering in that picture that you clipped. Look at, how could the jury not believe that face? Look at the expression on Amber's face right there. Doesn't she look so trustworthy? She looks like she's gonna punch the shit out of someone in her own fucking thumbnail.
Right.
Are you kidding me? Look at her face. She looks pissed in that photo.
Toast. She's got permanent BHB face.
Yeah,
you know
she
what
does.
I'm talking about? She's totally got that, dude.
Yeah.
She is total fucking BHB.
She's
face.
Bullhorn Betty with better genetics.
Right. Right. She totally is.
Of justice. But if they come back against her she loses everything. She will become a pariah.
Oh, kind of like Johnny
Nobody
Depp.
will want to
Kind of
date
like when
her. Nobody will
Warner
want
Bros.
anything to
asked
do
him
with
to step
her.
off of his projects before
Social
they had
media
any
will go
fucking evidence. You mean like
harder
that?
on her, the
Like
mob, the social media
accusing the
mob
person
will
who
go
should
even
be
harder
accused?
for her than they already
Crazy.
have.
Wow.
And she will be left in tatters. I don't think he'll be much better. I think people
No,
will
no. Yeah, no. Let
Wow,
me stop you
somebody
right
should
there,
tell
Kay.
her that the entire cast of Aquaman have already unfollowed Amber and have followed Johnny Depp on Instagram.
Right.
Just saying.
I see Johnny Depp playing in a major superhero role coming soon.
Yes.
I don't mean a superhero, but probably a supervillain, but in a major superhero movie. Either Marvel or DC, depending on the script and how well they pay him. But dude is back after this. I guarantee it.
And I will go see the movie for sure. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
I will support him.
Right. Me too.
His diehard fans will stay his diehard fans, but they're not going to be enough to carry him through the day. And Disney is not.
Oh, that's why there's 3 million signatures on a petition to get rid of, because 3 million people don't have. So literally, if you want to, and I'm in the JD community, so I see a lot more people. Conversely, so my view might be skewed, but when you even look outside of this, right, and you look at, there's literally 3 million people went on a site to voice their displeasure with what happened to them. And there was
I talked about this the other night, and they're saying, like, I looked at it in the sense of, the way that I painted it out to be was, imagine how much 3 million people is in movie tickets and money in movie tickets.
Glare,
Think about that.
I've got hard proof. Anybody wants to argue how a franchise can suffer, and look, keep this in context, it's not everyone, but look at Fantastic Beasts and how that's doing. It is doing fucking abysmal. The return, or the week to week, has dropped off a fucking cliff. I know, because I follow movie stats too on my channel, and it had like over a 50% drop. I think it was like 60-70% drop off, which is huge from week to week. So yes, maybe it's not entirely JD fans, but it's just the public getting whiffed and knowing that someone is being replaced, and the fact that the second movie was not that great either. WB knows this. It's come out that they're messing around with Aquaman 2, that there might be cutting her screen time from that movie. Now, if there was no effects on the box office and there's all this confidence, then why are they already trimming down her role in that film?
Yeah.
And that's been reported that they're doing this from insiders, from people from the fucking production.
Kay doesn't know shit about that stuff, dude.
Nope.
Kay doesn't know shit about that stuff. Like, and Lady Vodka says here, don't forget we're all peasants because we think Amber's lying. There's context to that you guys don't know about. Kay also refers to everyone who disagrees with her as peasants.
Oh, really?
Literally, she calls them peasants. Right, because again, she wears it.
Is Kay related to Amber in any way? Because this shit all sounds like what I've been covering for a year now.
Clearly not, if you just look at them. But
they both probably have cluster B. I'm just saying.
Right. Kay used to conduct her live streams wearing a tiara and blowing a kazoo. When somebody was on her panel and disagreeing with her, she would just blow a kazoo over their voice while they were trying to talk. Yeah, to say obnoxious is an understatement.
I guess it's better than sitting on a toilet. So
right.
I mean, at least she's got that going for her.
Right. Yeah, and she doesn't eat on her streams either.
Oh, thank God.
I'll give her that. She will drink, and she'll chew ice because she puts ice in her white wine. But
why?
She'll chew the ice. I don't know. I've always wondered the same thing myself.
Really craftily slip in. Her lawyer blew this so badly. He was able to craftily slip in there that Disney would probably love to bring him on without this hovering over him. I don't know how he can speak for Disney. I don't want to hear what he thinks.
Because it literally, they said, are you fucking, does she follow this at all? Like, they literally said that Disney, after this broke, talked to the agent. The agent testified this, that they had a verbal agreement, things were locked in as you do in Hollywood, and then all of a sudden he was off.
Oh, he can just go back and be Jack Sparrow again.
No, he said fucking Disney. That's why he won't be Jack Sparrow again. They were talking about it, and he said, I won't go back to work for him. And good for him. He shouldn't fucking work for Disney. They got their own shit going on.
She's got to convince this jury that she's likable, that she's telling the truth.
Why does she have to convince them? She can just show evidence and prove it.
And that she
no, because Toasty, you got to put on a big show. You don't let facts and evidence and intangible proof lead. What kind of, this isn't a court case, what why do we need facts and evidence and fucking logic?
I had to step away for a minute because now I'm drinking beer, so but I missed
CK, what you made him do.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got to drink hard liquor now.
I don't have any of that. That's not happening tonight.
And sympathetic figure. And she is at certain points, but at certain point, and it's interesting because you can see the points where she loses. There's times where she kind of loses.
Great point there, Caleb. I love Caleb's comments. Caleb's comments are always the best. I wrenched him just because his comments are fire. So she says, should she be critiquing lawyers when she doesn't have a lawyer? She shouldn't be critiquing lawyers, especially when she needs one as bad as she does. Yep. Because that deposition, damn, that was bad. Or not deposition, the motion to dismiss that I read at the beginning of this live. No lawyer would ever write that and submit that. No lawyer would ever do that. Nothing even remotely close to it.
The plot, and she's sort of overthinking and overtelling.
You don't need to overthink if you tell the truth,
right?
Exactly.
But Kay is clearly a liar because only a liar would say something like that.
Oh my God!
See, she's acting.
You have no idea.
They're going to completely dismiss the fact that the substance of her claims aligns with the available evidence, is corroborated by
what evidence? Tell me, Kay, what fucking evidence they presented besides he drinks and does drugs? What other exhibits? Okay, you've been fucking following this. What exhibits has they besides that shitty fucking Dr. Hughes, who shouldn't have been on the stand, who only interviewed Amber? What other evidence have they brought? Did I miss something? Was I not watching a trial? Because we're watching two different fucking trials.
Have you not been following this forever?
Like, she has not brought a single, to me, and I've even said this, okay? When it comes to court cases and stuff, even though I believe Depp more than Heard, okay? I'm like, okay, if the defense can bring some evidence, right, to kind of back things up, and their first opening argument's a fucking lie because the makeup she claims she used, the company didn't even fucking make it when she was claiming to use it.
Right.
But when you start off with a fucking lie, how can I trust anything else that you're saying?
Yeah.
Now I need tangible evidence.
Yeah, no, at this point, like, the jury has to have already basically made up their mind about her by now. I mean, I just don't see how that's not possible. Like, there's too much, and the performance, the horrible performance that she put on for the jury, because even the lawyer was telling her, tell the jury. I was watching Rekieta Law, and he was basically saying, yeah, that's a weird way to form that question, to tell the jury that's not a good look. I mean, it's unbelievable. I think that she is absolutely already lost this.
There's just no way that she's completely lying. There's too
Oh
much
my gosh.
There's no way.
detail and corroboration. I mean, she'd have to be really, really good to be able to line up with what we know and the video evidence and even the things that he says. And what are some of the things that he says? So at the end of Dr. Hughes' redirect, Amber's
Dr. Who?
lawyer,
Dr. Hugh, the shitty doctor that's
Oh, I
clean.
thought she said Doctor
very
Who, like the
nervous.
show. I was like, wait, what?
Her turn up
It's
at
you, but she can't
on
fucking
the
pronounce
case.
anything on top of making any good
She's
points.
fumbling the ball a lot. She's playing these audios and you can barely hear them, and they're very important to hear.
No,
because
you could hear him.
his voice is so low, and Dr. Hughes is struggling to hear
Right.
them.
Because he's a monster. And monsters just sit there and talk very monotone and
Don't you
plead to
know?
not
Monsters
fight.
do ASMR.
Right. The monster behind
Well,
the
there are quite a few monsters that do not. Let me stop.
the monster behind the mask, y'all.
And then she's expected, Dr. Hughes is expected to give her intelligent analysis of what he's saying in them, but she can't even hear them. And Amber's lawyer is not making sure that she's able to hear the full audio. But I turned it way up and I listened to what he was saying. In the very last, if you go back to the redirect of Dr. Hughes, and it's the last series of audios that she plays for Dr. Hughes, and the very last one, I believe, he and Amber are talking, and he's talking about the monster. He's referring to it as the monster, and he's saying things like, I've put him away. He's never coming out again.
Well,
that
was Amber's testimony. That she didn't play any recordings of that. All we did was hear her say that Johnny would say that he put the monster away and that it would never come out again and blah, 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 while she's sitting on a dirty carpet, and it wasn't the smack that hurt her. It was the fact that he smacked her that hurt her, because she was so head over heels in love with him. Jesus. Yeah. I was just like, bullshit.
Yeah. The monster horrifies me. I can't believe the things that I do. And this is corroborated by his text messages where he admits to people, he admits to Dr. Kipper that it's like a switch flipping. And he becomes, and he's always sort of in this sort of apologetic mode. Like he's apologizing to Amber, he's apologizing to Dr. Kipper, he's apologizing to people for this side of him that he recognizes that he's
been gaslit,
and
and he's apologizing like a victim usually
this
does.
Monster unleashes from time to time. Certainly, he knows that the monster is unleashed when he's on a binge. He's a cyclical. A lot of people think that an alcoholic and a drug addict is somebody who is drunk and high all the time. And it's just
nobody thinks that.
It's generally not the case.
Nobody who has
alcoholics and drug addicts have cycles
Oh my
of
gosh.
wet and dry, wet and dry, wet and dry.
That's not what wet brain means, dummy.
And
my God. Okay.
The human body can only take so much, right? I've had to learn this the hard way in my life. My human body can only take so many big
Clearly
nights.
not.
Right? And breakfast burritos, right? You can only take so much, and your body begins to pay the price, and you have to pump the brakes. and begin to correct what it is that you're doing to
Man, I
yourself.
can only take so much
yourself for a
stupid
little
in
bit,
one fucking
and
go. I can tell you that.
Why did she roll her R's when she
and
said
eat the
correct?
things again,
I don't
you know,
understand.
that you
I
love,
don't
and
know.
then you okay, I'm
Probably
gonna scale back. All right, that's just a that's just
probably because she was just trying to get the attention off of people thinking about her eating Big Macs.
a milder form of addiction, food addiction. Okay,
That's not my what?
That's still an
alcoholics and
addiction.
drug addicts
It's
will binge. I mean, there's a lot of different kinds of addicts, but this is the classic addict. They'll binge for days, sometimes weeks at a time, sometimes months at a time. And then their body just says, enough. And they've built up their tolerance too. So they're not really
not
getting
true.
the
She's
same
making
effect.
generalizations.
So they
Yeah.
scale back, they clean
My
up.
uncle was
I know
addicted
drug
to
addicts
drugs.
who will
I
go
lived
on
through this shit with my
cleanses.
shit getting missing and stolen.
They'll
He
fast.
literally went on a
They'll do whatever
binge
they have to do
for
to clean up
like
their liver, to clean up
3-4 months straight.
in other words,
Crack.
to get their bodies ready again.
And
for the
his
next
body didn't
assault,
say
because
stop.
the
He only
next
stopped because he got
assault
fucking
is gonna-
arrested.
they need
Right.
that explosive, they
She
need that
understand
high.
like how
They
That's
need
fucking
that
part of
an
the
addiction
addiction is
works.
they can't stop.
Again,
The whole sentence addiction, addict, you are fucking addicted. Your body doesn't have the stop button. That is the fucking issue.
Right.
That
Well,
is why you go on months binging.
There's mental addiction and there's physical addiction. But yeah, you're right. As far as like, I mean, with alcohol, it's both. And yeah, your body will go through some fucking withdrawals, man. If you're, so no, that right there disproves like the fact that you would go through, if you're a hardcore alcoholic, your body's going to go through alcoholic withdrawals when you're not drinking. So you're not going to stop, go,
Right.
because you would fucking die.
Exactly.
So
medically, that doesn't make fucking sense.
No, and I'm not a medical professional in the slightest shape or form. I'm a guy who drinks.
or do drugs. It's this high and inebriation and intoxication that's reminds them of the first time. It's they got that it's chasing the dragon, right? They clean up, they go back,
chasing
and
the
they go back
dragon?
to try, they go out, and oftentimes they
That's not even what that term means. Chasing the dragon was for opioid use because they kept on going for a high until they fucking died. Do you even know basic fucking history?
She doesn't, I don't think.
No.
I feel, thank you, Blair. I feel so smart tonight.
She's good. My pleasure, man. You are smart.
Jesus Christ.
She plagiarizes Wikipedia, dude.
Wow. Imagine using Wikipedia as your source and thinking you're smart.
Right.
Yikes.
Wikipedia is like Cliff Notes that anybody can throw on there.
Yeah.
It's all it is. Now, don't get me wrong. I like Wikipedia a lot. It's convenient, but I'm not going to like all of a sudden feel like I completely educated myself on a subject because I read a Wikipedia page on something.
Yeah, it's not scholarly.
Right. No. Yeah.
You got to click on the links to source it.
Right. Exactly. And there are links in the Wikipedia. Sure.
Certainly we have lots of female addicts, drug addicts, and alcoholics, right?
So like you?
Their kids or whatever start getting mad at them and sick of them, and they realize, I better dry up and behave myself for a while. And then when they think nobody's looking, then they sneak right back into the liquor cabinet and a visit to the drug dealer.
I feel like she's talking to her about herself right now.
Get whatever it is.
No, my uncle never. Are you fucking kidding me? I lived this shit when I was in New York. My uncle was fucking, when I first went to live with him, and I'm so pissed that I'm going to tell a personal story here, but my uncle, when I lived in New York, he was a great guy. I would never talk ill to the character of the man, but he was coming off of being addicted to crack cocaine. He got into it when he was younger. He told me the story. He was clean and sober.
We did a live about him on this channel, didn't we?
Yes. No, that's my other uncle.
Your other
uncle. Yeah, I have not had a good good history with my family members, and that's why I get nervous with this stuff. I don't go too hard on drugs, and never have. I had a certain threshold I wouldn't cross because my uncle was addicted to crack. He got clean and sober for 3 years. He had a job roofing, and he had a job helping with construction work and things like that. And he did them simultaneous. He'd work on bars and things. I went with him to jobs. And then in the winter, he'd do plowing. Okay. And it got to a point when I don't know when it happened or where he was, but I think we were at a get together and there might have been something past there. And it was just him doing something else that got him that little edge. And then he went right back to the crack. And it was when I left the house, he was still addicted, and he actually got clean again because he got arrested and forced to dry out. And then, he talked to my aunt and he was like, I got to get help. And he went back into a facility, but it took him fucking getting arrested. There was no period where he stopped. And God knows, I believe when he said that he did want to try. I believe that. I do. But he couldn't stop. He sold my PlayStation. He sold my games. He sold my fucking friends' games.
God, that's so frustrating, dude. Crackheads are the worst, dude.
It was bad, man. It was bad. Like shit would be missing. My aunt's jewelry, everything. And so this, when people categorize this and give that bullshit Wikipedia generalization, you could tell that they're full of shit, that they're just quoting something and they have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah. She has no idea.
When Johnny does that by his own admission. So we have his own admission. All right. You will remember his testimony. He doesn't deny anything I've just said. It's by his own admission. So when you have Amber then taking the stand, her stories about his behavior are substantial because they corroborate what even he said. So you cannot ignore the fact. So ignore the fact for a minute that you think her emotion is not genuine.
That's not how that works.
Because I don't think that Johnny ever talked about threatening to break a nameless woman's wrist. I don't think he told any stories about or corroborated that he slapped her for laughing at his tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he said any of these things. So why is she saying that he did corroborate these things? Because he didn't.
Because I agree, there are times where she's pushing the emotion. She's pushing it. She's pushing it because she needs to get through.
Because she's lying,
and she's sick of telling these stories. But ignore that.
But she's a fucking advocate. She's so sick of telling her tragic story, but she's getting fucking paid on tours that they had to pull her from. She was literally on a tour talking about her fucking horrendous experience, but she's sick of telling this story. There's no monetary gain for her. Mm-hmm. That's what you're telling me, Kay, because you've clearly researched this and you brought up the articles where they fucking hired her as a speaker for domestic violence victims and paid her to do those speaking engagements and then fucking quickly pulled them after this. Are you shitting me?
She had no idea that even took place.
People really deny what she's saying, with the exception of the physical violence. The only thing he really denies is laying hands on her. He doesn't deny that he becomes this crazy monster. He doesn't deny that he was going on drugs and alcohol.
That's so like general though, that I became a monster. What does that mean? Does it mean somebody who just is only thinking about the drugs? That could mean that, just somebody who fucking is crawling around the floor looking for a little rock because they ran out of crack. That's a form of a monster right there. As a matter of fact, it's known as a crack monster. So like that's what you can't sit here and say that just because he admits to being a monster at times means that he was abusive. That's not, there's nothing that proves that.
Alcohol binges at this time. He doesn't deny that he would disappear for days at a time, which is emotionally abusive. He doesn't deny that he would become you know, unhinged and angry and go into rages. It's he can't because there's video evidence of it, of him going
One video.
into
One video.
One video. And yeah, like if he's leaving, first of all, if he's so abusive, why does she give a shit that he takes off? You know, like, fuck, I have a break from the craziness. I'm dreading the person coming back, you know? Like, so there's that, and then there's you know, like, what if he was leaving for long periods of time, because he was just trying to get away from her abusive ass, you know, just to keep himself protected from her, you know? I mean, why is that not even considered a possibility here when it's really the two likelihoods, you know, those
letting out his
so just to dismiss that as emotionally abusive of him taking off for days at a time. I mean, I could see how that could be, but considering everything that we know, that's unlikely what he was doing. If not
rage onto objects. He can't deny that. The only thing he denies from her claims and stories is hitting her and laying hands on her. And I want that to sink in, because it's just really what it is.
Yeah.
So you have to decide.
I want that to sink in too.
You have to, as the observer, and you've heard his side, now you're hearing her side. You have to decide, well, is she lying about the physical end of things? And
she's lying about all of it.
She's embellishing on some of the physical end of things. All the other stuff is bad enough.
You know, here's the thing that is so stupid about, besides every other fucking thing that she said tonight. What's stupid about that statement is that this argument is about her saying or making a claim that is not true and assassinating his character.
Correct.
Yeah, the whole argument is, well, yeah, he hit a fucking table. He hit a drawer. Did he hit her? Did he physically put her in danger to where she is justified to okay the son to bullshit about the wife beater title, which was already one hit to his credibility, and then against a fucking marriage settlement, write an op-ed, or she's not on it, but okay, an op-ed that's in her fucking words about surviving domestic abuse, and unless you lived under a fucking rock, you know exactly who she's talking about and who's strongly implicated, despite whether or not it has his name. It's not a fucking logic leap to who she's talking about. So that is what this case is about. So yes, that's a big piece, because if he didn't lay hands on her, she lied to make an op-ed, which harmed him, which is the whole fucking case. Are you kidding me? That's the fucking point. Which that's it.
Right.
Is this hard?
Well, what I'm finding is what she's doing here is she's just backpedaling from everything that she's saying, because Amber Heard's testimony was undeniably complete and total bullshit, you know, and anyone can see it, including her. So now what she's doing is classic K, which is just backpedaling now.
All bad enough to condemn him as somebody who would be incredibly tumultuous to live with, incredibly mentally draining and straining, and you know, that's abuse to put people through that as an addict. It's abuse.
She's abusing all of us right now with this bullshit.
That's what she does.
Jealous, and I'm
that's what she does.
The monster that is inside.
She deliberately tries to trigger on a mass level. That's like her total MO. Like, why do you think, I mean, dude, the whole world was talking about the Gabby Petito case, and she was saying that Gabby Petito, what happened to her was basically her parents' fault. Like, because she knows it's just going to make people fucking crazy mad at her. Like, she gets off on it. she's someone of an abusive nature.
Johnny Depp seems to think all women are whores. He has this.
When did he say that?
What?
That women
Are you
for the most
shitting?
part,
Oh, that's why.
whores.
Because all women are
He
whores.
has a
Because
very
he's abused so many women. That's why every ex. I don't know a fucking ex in this world who would come out for me and go, "That Zod, he was a great fucking guy, loved him to death." But literally, his exes, even the Rocky relationship he had with his last ex before he met Amber, right? Even that relationship, everybody has come out and has said, you know what? Yeah, it didn't work out, but he never abused me. There was never any. You think all these fucking women would come out and defend him, and
Right.
all of these
And
stars?
where are the? I mean, if somebody's abusive, they don't just decide to become abusive to one person, especially at his age, right? And as many partners as he's been with, and as many women as he's been with, you know, you don't just all of a sudden with this one person become abusive. That's not how that works. If you're abusive by nature. You're just a shitty asshole person. So where are all the other people that would accuse him of being this type of person? Where are they? Besides, I mean, forget about the people who are actually coming to his defense on top of everything. Where are the other victims? Because
I have seen articles written about Amber, but how in previous relationships she's been abusive in those relationships as well.
Right. Correct.
Mystic viewpoint of most women. And I've thought about this because I've thought, well, is it because of the women that he has regular contact with? Is it because of the typical Hollywood hangers on and
Oh yeah, Winona Ryder and all of those starlets. They clearly were hanger-oners. They had no cash of their own. They weren't well known.
Is it because
typical like rock star?
Winona Ryder wasn't in Beetlejuice, and
I mean, look at
he hasn't made a comeback in Stranger Things or you know, any of the other people he's been with who's been big stars and in their own right have their own fame. But clearly they're hanger-oners.
She wasn't the female lead in one of Johnny Depp's most iconic movies, which was Edward Scissorhands. Like, I mean, come on.
Able to purchase women, and we know that he does has prostitutes.
This isn't Charlie Sheen. She fucked it up. She's talking about Charlie Sheen right now. That's what it is.
Speaking,
she just messed up the cases. It's cool.
I figured it out.
And he certainly.
Can you pause it for a second?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, honey, no man. Okay, get some batteries. And a Snickers bar or a Big Mac, whatever. You're hangry in various areas of your life. Do you, girl? But this is like, you're stupid. It's making you stupid.
Your bathtub needs suction cup rings.
So a Snickers bar and some batteries, and see if you come back with a little bit more brain power. How about that?
Right. Kelsey, you're right. She thinks she's Amber and Ray Andriacchio is Johnny Depp. Exactly. That's all this is really about for her.
And I don't even think he denies this, that he would call Amber a whore and that he would refer to her and he would say things. The way he says things, he acts as though most women he's known have been whores, and maybe they are. I don't know.
Wow. Hold on. Pause that.
He seems to have a very good opinion of
okay.
Did she just fucking say that?
Yes.
Did he just insinuate that the other people, the people he has fucking children with, and clearly admiration and respect, and look, relationships fail for numerous reasons. There could have been back and forth. There could have been little skirmishes here or there. I could see that. But what I cannot see is a pattern of whores. Like, has he fucked around in his life? Probably. Has some of the women maybe been high end? That's a good possibility, sure. But when you're married to the people he's been married to, and you could literally be with anyone, like, and the fact that she's degrading women by saying that because of who he is, that clearly he's been with whores or whatever, like, this is actually a good psychological study on her fucking train of thought.
Yeah.
Like, what she is perceiving as a standard for other people. Oh man, I would fucking love, I would have a field day debating her. I wish I could really, it would just be so fucking funny. I mean, I'd probably get pissed off, but I mean, like, wow, that is crazy, Toasty. I heard that right? She
Yeah, yeah, she said it. And look at her. She's starting to drink some wine. Let's go get some.
Right.
That's all we need. It's stupid and drunk.
Right. It's gonna get better.
Wow.
Now, a little bit about her. We learned she's kind of the girl from the other side of the tracks, small town outside of Austin.
Doesn't matter. None of this matters.
None of that matters at all.
Was what she called herself a scholarship student to,
and he's from
Catholic
some
schools.
middle of nowhere town in Kentucky.
Probably
and your
because
point,
the schools in her area were
Right.
really crappy. The public schools were crappy, and her parents wanted her to get a good education. So she agreed to keep an all A average so that she could stay in these Catholic schools on the other side of town with the kids with the wealthier kids. And she says that
I don't think I've ever seen that, Kelsey. That she says I should show the clip where she starts to pour her drink into her mic.
Oh. I would like to see that.
I'd like to see that too. I don't even know where to begin to look
I'll
for
make
it.
that into a video if somebody sends that to me.
Yeah,
at age
totally.
16, and which I disagree with. I hate it when schools do that. I think just because you have a 16-year-old who's incredibly bright, and she's very bright. Just because you have a 16-year-old that's incredibly smart and can do it, can take the GED and just bypass their senior year and all that goes along with that, doesn't mean it's a good idea to do that. I think her parents, sounds to me like they kind of dropped the ball there. They should
more
have
generalizations.
She's an expert on parenting, guys, by the way. Yeah.
Does she have children?
She does.
Oh,
She
man.
does. Now she
I feel bad for them.
Anybody who's not basically a firm believer and practicer in practicing the nuclear family is basically a shitty parent. But she also has 2 children from 2 separate fathers.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So, but you know, the nuclear family is everything, and you're a piece of shit parent if you're not following that rhetoric.
Allowed her to go through the normal finishing up of high school, having her senior year, but nevertheless, she didn't. She finished school at 16, and as she says, she began to make her way by always having some sort of a job. She worked from a very young age. She worked for her dad. He did construction, and he did like painted homes, and he also broke wild horses.
Yes, I heard all of this. But my question while they were throwing this stupid, ridiculous thing out is, what the fuck does this have to do with the case going on right now?
Well, what she's trying to do is trying to build Amber as to, you know, she's making excuses for whatever actions that are about to come, because she knows Kay's at least smart enough to know that the cross-examination is going to be brutal as fuck. Like, she already, just in her own testimony from her own attorney, from her own attorney's questioning, she made herself look like an ass. So imagine what the cross-examination is looking like. So what she's doing is damage control, pre-damage control for the cross-examination for tomorrow. And she's trying to make her out to be, well, this is why. She's making excuses as to why Amber may lie and may be the way that she is. So it's backpedaling, and it's preparation for the reaming that she's going to get on the stand. I don't know if it's tomorrow or not, but when she's cross-examined.
Are they can get a pretty penny for them. So that's a little bit of a lucrative business there, and that's what her dad did. And she was sort of the crash test dummy, and her job was to stay on. So she had to really
I've heard that
forge
that's not
within herself
necessarily
some
true,
truth.
or she couldn't prove
And
it.
it
So
sounds like
I
she
don't know
did.
about that
She's
part.
a tough
About how her breaking in horses. I've heard conflicting reports about whether that is actually true or not.
I have too. I can't speak one way or the other, which is why I thought it's a stupid fucking whatever.
And again, to your point, Zod, it has nothing to do with the case. Nothing.
Well, on the stand today, what she was saying was that John and her dad pulled together. Well, not financially, but because her dad knows about horses, he went to him to because he wanted to surprise her with a horse as a gift. But on the stand, she was indicating like, I don't know why he wanted to get me a horse. I wouldn't know what to do with a horse. Who's going to take, how am I going to take care of it? So obviously if she knows how to break horses, well, then she would know how to clean a stable, a stall. Yeah. She would know how to saddle. She would know how to groom it, all of those things that require taking care of a horse. So, I mean, the way she sat on the stand was like, I don't even know what I'm going to do with this thing.
Cookie, there's a tough woman in there. There's a strong woman in there.
It's called narcissism,
really
honey.
Hard on the stand to not let that side be seen, because she's afraid that if the jury sees that side, they're going to think that she was the perpetrator of the domestic violence, and they're going to rule against her.
Well, no, they're going to rule against her and think that she was the perpetrator of the domestic violence because they're going to see evidence of it.
Right.
Because they've been seeing evidence of it.
Oh my gosh.
That's what. That's not her, looking tough on the stand. That's not what's going to convince them. It helps. It helps because she did definitely look stupid, and she definitely looked like the liar that she is, but what's going to get it is the evidence.
And I wish I could say that risk wasn't there, because that risk is there. Even though I don't believe that she was the perpetrator of the domestic violence, I 100% believe that he was.
Of course.
And I believe she fought back at times. She got to the point where she
she fought back and gave him a black eye during their fucking honeymoon.
She did as a child in learning.
And look at all the bruises she had in those photos.
As she said, she was the son her dad never had. So most likely she did things like went hunting and fishing.
Wait.
And I sort of
hell no. What did she just say?
Aside from the horse riding, I just
let's go back.
Strong woman in there. And she's trying really hard on the stand to not let that side be seen, because she's afraid that if the jury sees that side, they're going to think that she was the perpetrator of the domestic violence, and they're going to rule against her. And I wish I could say that risk wasn't there, because that risk is there. Even though
it's not a risk, it's a likelihood. It's not a risk, it's a likelihood, because there's fucking evidence.
Domestic violence. I 100% believe that he was. And I believe
100%.
She fought back at times. She got to the
she fought back at times. Yeah, definitely.
And I think a lot of what she did as a child in learning to stay on top of that horse, as she said, she was the son her dad never had. So most likely she did things like went hunting and fishing. And I sort of identify with her a lot, because I had a similar, aside from the horse riding, I had a sort of similar childhood. I was a little bit of a tomboy, and I would rather play with the boys than the girls. I never really got along with the girls.
No kidding. Get out of town.
It couldn't be because you said fucking ridiculous things.
I became a teenager.
Right. It could be because you have no empathy at all.
This person who used to wear a tiara and is the most entitled Princess Karen POS that I've ever seen on this platform. You're going to tell me that she's a tomboy? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Not a tomboy at all.
It's so sad too, because I know a really nice Karen on my channel.
She deserves everything handed to her, because she is educating the world, is what she believes.
young woman.
She's teaching us all how to be critical thinkers, y'all.
I had a very fiery, rebellious spirit, and I often was aloof. People thought I was stuck up because I was aloof.
You don't
But
say.
No, because you
don't
were.
always want to hang around people that didn't interest me. And I kind of, kept to myself a lot.
You kept to
And
yourself a lot because you enjoy your own company and found a way to fall in love with the sound of your own voice and control an entire little world that you've created for yourself.
Trouble came to me. I stepped up to the plate and I met trouble with trouble. And
I don't believe her.
Throughout my
I
life,
think she would start shit and then play the victim.
That's exactly what she does.
See, called it.
Like the lawsuit. Like the lawsuit. This is not. Writing back. Stop harassing me when you get a subpoena is not going toe to toe with anybody. Begging the judge to dismiss the case because you don't have a lawyer and no lawyer will take your case because it's probably because you're for sure going to lose.
Yeah.
That's yeah, dude.
If I've done things I'm not exactly proud of.
That's not going toe to toe with anybody.
In relationships where I do get my back up and I can be prideful and I can say mean things. I can cut to the quick, cut to the jugular, and I know it's mean. I've been there, and I'm the kind of woman that if I feel you're coming at me, I will put up my dukes. I'll meet you there.
All right.
I'm not afraid to.
No,
sure.
I would
let me fill you guys in on a little of that real quick. Okay.
She's gonna write a monologue. That's how she fights.
That entire right. Yeah, but she won't though, because like that entire time when I was going toe to toe with her about the Sophie thing, I would constantly try to get on her panel. She would open up her panel and I would get on and she would not let me up. She hid from me because she knew I was right. She knew I had receipts as to why she was even following the Sophie thing was because she knew that Annie from 10 to Life had 11,000 people in her chat. She wasn't even going to talk about it. And then she saw dollar signs. That's her whole motivation for it. She didn't share any facts. She insulted a child who was possibly a victim of SA on a constant basis. She basically online bullied this child. She insulted her family. She was a nightmare.
It's about anything for my kids.
But she did not go toe to toe with anybody. She did not step up to the plate, as she's putting it. She did not do any of these things because I was challenging her on a constant basis and she would not face me.
So you come for my kids and you're going to see a hellion come out in me. I'm a fighter. I always have been.
You're not.
I had to learn to be.
You're an attacker
who was brutal to me.
She's gonna blow her kazoo.
I had to learn to be a tough girl. And I was in high school. I was tough. I didn't start fights, but I learned to be tough.
No, I bet you started fights.
Being bullied
yeah.
In junior high.
I bet you she started fights and had her brother finish them for her.
So
she's literally starting a fight with everybody on this issue.
Right. And that's her whole motivation for it too. That's what she's doing on purpose.
But when I love ferociously, and I love with all I've got. I put it all in there. When I
notice
someone, or
notice that this has become all about her now.
Yep.
Like we're not talking about Amber anymore. We're just talking about Kay.
I'm loyal to someone. I am all in. I am all in.
My God, she sounds like Shanny for Christ.
You. If I decide to defend you and
Scary.
back you up and commit myself to you, I throw all I have at the flames of hell. I will meet the flames of hell for you. Very loyal person.
No.
And I get that sense that
she's not loyal at all.
She's kind of like that, right? I get the sense she's also pretty nervous. She knows that all eyes are on her. She's not dumb. She fired a PR team because they were doing such a horrible job managing all of the nastiness and the
creating the
right?
nastiness
from the hateful underbelly,
creating the nastiness
of the internet. These people that are just so miserable in their own lives. And you know, I'm sorry. I do. I click on some of these profiles and I'm like, you know, I can't imagine being that hateful and that dug down against, you know, I just can't. But you know, I get the sense she's nervous. She's not only on the stand, like basically fighting for her life. She's
It's
going
okay,
into
honey. I'll
the
write you a
whole-
monologue.
He's the
She
most
goes
hateful
on to
person
talk
I know.
about how he swept her off her feet. And when she was going
Dude,
in,
she has a rivalry that it's never stopped with Jay is for Justice. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Her and Jay they hate each other. I've never seen two people that hate each other as much as those two.
So what's the history there?
They had a channel together. They both
Oh.
started off on YouTube together as like partners. I forgot the name of it already.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Murder Rap Sesh or something like that. Murder Rap Sesh, I think, something like that. And basically Kay accuses Jay of beer. They were real life friends too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were real life friends. Murder Rap Sesh, yes. So
wow.
So they had this channel together. So Kay accuses Jay basically of kicking her off the channel, stealing all the money from it, and then taking all of the credit or basically taking over the channel and shutting her out. And it's something to that effect. But I think that Kay got the right to not she somehow made it to where Jay couldn't use that channel anymore or use that name for the channel anymore.
Oh, wow.
And okay, so Makeup Mobster knows too. So she accused her of selling a story to The Sun or one of those websites. Possibly, yeah. I don't know. But I'm not a fan of either one of them. There's cases where I see two people that are so much alike that there's no way that they could ever get along, and they're just, because they're so much alike, those qualities are going to cause them to be negative magnets that cannot, always oppose.
Did Zod leave?
He said he would be right back in the private chat.
Okay.
Into that story about how she swept her off her feet, I'm going, oh my God, it's Nicole Brown Simpson and OJ all over again.
Oh
Nicole
my
Brown's
gosh. I cannot believe she
sisters
just said
have
that.
given a number of interviews. And of course, I was obsessed because I was living there. So I was obsessed with the murder. I remembered like it was yesterday, waking up in the morning and seeing on the news
talking about the OJ again.
Yeah, she just accused Johnny Depp of being like OJ.
On Gretna Green and the blood and the Akita covered in blood. I remember that dog had blood up to its shoulders. It was covered. It was awful. And I remember when it happened, we were all like,
the fuck are you even talking about?
And almost immediately then you had the Bronco chase and everybody was on the edge of their seats. And
I mean, I remember that
at
too.
The time my oldest was 2, I think.
Like, I remember it too. So what?
2 years old. And we were living
Everybody remembers
in a
it.
Beautiful home. And his dad, we were living together, and his dad came home early and sat with me, and we watched it. Everybody was huddled around their TV watching this Bronco chase, and it was so dramatic and so exciting.
Yeah.
And of course, then you had the trial.
What dog was covered in blood in the OJ case? I don't remember hearing anything about a dog. I've actually covered the OJ case on my Patreon, went over a bunch of shit.
And I moved back to Michigan the summer the trial was concluding. So I was actually in Michigan when the verdict, when he was found not guilty. And everybody was just, again, oh my God, they couldn't believe he was that the jury let him off and this sort of stuff, because everybody knew he did it, But I was obsessed with the case. I read Faye Resnick's, I think she wrote 2 books. I watched any interview I could gobble up and still do to this day. It's still I watch any movie that's made about it. I watch any documentary. I've watched multiple documentaries because I really have always wanted to understand
Why
what
does
happened
this
there.
matter?
And the story that
doesn't.
Amber tells is
Okay, let me fast forward because I have
She's off on a weird tangent.
And if I recall correctly, text messages where he would call people kid or call specifically her kid.
Okay, she's back to Johnny
Now,
Depp
all of this would escalate, according to Amber, into fits of anger, where initially he would start out by throwing things, punching walls, going up and punching the wall next to her. So when a man does that, he's wanting you to think that he's going to punch you, but at the last minute change direction and hit the wall. So the effect is the same. You might as well have been hit, except for the injury. The effect in your brain is the same. It's that you're
Oh my
startled,
gosh.
B, you're traumatized, C, your fight or flight kicks in. And your heart starts beating quicker, and you get sick at your stomach.
It's called adrenaline.
You might urinate yourself out of
what?
This is the worst take ever. Like I had to switch to my phone and I came back.
Oh my God, Kay, really? Like, man, like I really think that her losing her channel and having to use like this smaller platform now has really warped her brain. It's really fucked with her.
Fear. So
because she would actually make better sense than this. I will give her credit in the sense that she was good at one point at making sense of shit that was just plain wrong. But she had a way of being able to make you go, fuck, why am I even questioning this? She's very manipulative, but she's not. Did she start smoking crack? Is that what happened? I don't know.
So it's this fear, it's this intimidation and control. And understand that he never denied any of this. And again, she has told these stories and she has recounted these incidences many, many times, including to at least 2 separate, if not 3, couples counselors.
Bruh, the entire case is him denying it.
Counselors,
right? Exactly.
Hello.
Deny doing this stuff.
That's why he's taking her to court, because he's denying it.
Either couldn't deny it because he would be blacked out and not remember it, which isn't probably the case, or
there's no evidence of that.
He knew he did it. But that's such an important point to remember.
What is, Kay?
There are no documented denials.
What?
He said
what?
This lawsuit is a massive I didn't do it.
It's as clear as an I didn't do it gets. That doesn't get it.
That's why it's a defamation suit.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, went quiet there. My internet decided it wasn't work.
It's a lawsuit that says she lied about me hitting her.
Yeah.
It is all this is. What in the fuck are you talking about?
On the stand and denied it. But when he was being accused of it, when it mattered during counseling to save his marriage, he didn't deny it. Because how
do you know what the fuck happened in counseling? What?
Denied it. We know from Dr. Hughes there's no denials. And had he denied it, his lawyers would have been crowing. They would have been going, woo, look it, we got it. It's right here.
Did he admit to Dr. Hughes that he hit her?
Not that I know of.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Yeah, Zod, man. That's why you're here, dude. If I could speak up, help us out. I'm just kidding, dude.
You know, while they were sitting down with Laurel Anderson, he flat out denied ever laying a hand on him. He never did. That should tell you all you need to know.
How do you know that?
But the substance of her story is that he would go through these, it was cyclical. He would go through these phases when he was wet or off the wagon, he would be drinking, he would be doing cocaine, which makes you paranoid. He would be
I'm
doing,
sure
and
you
she
would
even
know.
said he took many different things. So she never knew who she was getting. She'd have Johnny on Adderall, Johnny on hallucinogens, Johnny on cocaine, Johnny on speed, amphetamine. She said that today. Johnny on alcohol,
Johnny on the
Johnny
spot.
on this, that, and the other was always a different Johnny. I don't doubt that. But when he was wet and he was in that cycle of using, he would become increasingly more paranoid and jealous and be like, well, I know what you're doing. You're having an affair. He would talk himself into the fact that she was sleeping with other people or getting involved with other people or flirting with other people or putting yourself out there with other people. I'm sure because he met her via doing a movie, in his mind, than any other.
I wonder what now. Don't blame Limey the squirrel here. He's a limey, so he gets the card to use the C word to describe both sexes. Which he does here actually. Labia Boy was this dude that she used to have on her channel. Now I think that they had a falling out, maybe, because I don't see him paneling with her much ever. Yeah, this is a dude who would just go up there and just kiss her ass. And and I called him Labia Boy. I named him Labia Boy because he's not even a whole pussy. He's just the softest part of one.
There's somebody in the chat that says they want to come up and comment about Kay. I don't know if you want to.
I don't see that. Who's
Crispy Treat in
Crispy
the chat.
Treats.
Yeah.
I
mean, I don't care either way, but it's your channel, so.
Right. I mean, I'll let her up if she wants. I have to like. Oh no! Hold on.
Let me try unplugging it and replugging it.
All right, there we go. Links in chat.
Movie she does, she's going to meet another leading man and leave him in the dust. This is the thoughts that I'm sure went on in his internal dialogue.
See, I don't like the fact that she keeps saying,
alcohol and
I'm
substances.
sure that he said
And
that.
then he would go into
Yeah,
the
no,
dry
she does that on
phase
purpose.
Yeah, that's
where he was forced to
That's not factual.
oftentimes clean up because A,
Right.
he just wasn't
And she
good-
preaches factual versus theory and speculation a lot. So that's what makes it really ironic.
getting drunk and high anymore because he had built up such a tolerance, and B, because he's smart enough to know that he has to clean up. He's got to detox his liver. Possibly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the kind to go in and get blood transfusions and get cleanses and
What?
things that
was never even
massively cleanse him
a
out,
thing.
so
He's
that
not
he
Keith
can get rid
Richards.
of, all the built up substances and then go
dumb.
get high again and then enter into the cycle again. And I'm sure he's convinced himself in his mind that this is all a very safe and normal way of doing things. And Amber referred to it as he would get bored. Yeah, he would get bored of being sober. When you're an alcoholic and a
What?
drug addict, sober is boring. It's not
What?
fun. But
What?
sober is also the monster.
No, that's
That's
not.
the
Oh
enemy.
gosh.
That's when
Okay.
the bad you comes out, the jealous you. And it certainly sounds like it did for him. I believe her. I think the substance of her claims is 100% true because it corroborates the other things that we know about him and the things we know that he hasn't denied. And she says when he was in that cycle and he would be jealous and angry and he would be making these accusations, she would try her best to convince him that he had nothing to be jealous for. And no, Johnny, I'm not cheating. I swear to God. He would get mad over stupid things like paintings and dresses and Very, very, very common. Men and women both who get possessive and jealous, they fixate on certain items from their person's past. If you oftentimes if you marry someone who's already been married before, you don't want to see their wedding ring. If you see their wedding, it's going to set you off, make you jealous. We know just from
Wow.
past true
That
crime
was very
stories that
telling of
even
her to say
the
that.
most sickest among us, like Tia Stout, couldn't bear her new husband's children, so she killed one of them. Oftentimes the children become a point of contention because it's a
Oh my God. Now she's talking about Letitia Stock. Oh God. Yeah. And she also blames Gannon Stock's mother, who wasn't even there for Gannon being killed by his stepmother. Letitia Stock blames the dad too. The people hurting most from his murder.
Reminder of the
what?
This is so ridiculous because I mean, I don't even know like where to start on it. It's not just her terrible analysis on this case, but to me, her appearance and outlook on things like addiction and relationships is fucking abysmal.
Yeah, no, she seems to have no knowledge of anything. Like none.
Their former relationship, of the relationship that
she was. I mean, this is different, man. This is a different K. This is a very for lack of a better term, impotent K. She's just, extremely the K that we all know of. Like, I don't see her as a threat. I used to see her as just a threat, as a dangerous person with the way that she would do things. And now I just see this sad, washed up, like just completely and totally just shriveled up someone with absolutely not even a fraction of the influence that she used to have.
That person they feel they own had before. And so
I started on Kay's channel. I started doing YouTube where I would join her on panel, and then I just started doing my own lives. But I started, like, she gave me my start. She bought me my first mic. That's a fact. But I mean, it was for her own, she was buying it for me thinking, okay, because I want my show to seem more professional because I have a male counterpart. Right. But, so I credit her for that, even though, like I said, it was for selfish reasons more than anything else. But I could banter with her. I could actually have conversations with her at one point. This is not, now she's just become this all out, okay, everything that I'm going to say is not going to make any sense at all whatsoever.
So Amber said that she would say to him, swear up and down to him, no, you have nothing. I'm not doing anything wrong. I love you. I love you. And so then caught in this cycle of she's out of her mouth trying so hard to prevent the abuse, what she knows is coming, the rages and the punching of walls and the slamming of cabinets and the drinking and the becoming incoherent and becoming a different person. Addicts and alcoholics, when they're in the wet phase, oftentimes they're a completely different human.
Oh my gosh, that's not what wet brain means.
It is Jekyll and Hyde. They become a completely different person.
Oh my gosh, she's so
and
stupid.
Oftentimes when they're in their dry phase, they still have bouts of anger and they still have bouts of rage and a need to control. And that's called a dry drunk. But that's a story for another day.
What?
I don't know if Johnny ever exhibited dry drunk symptoms, but he certainly exhibited.
Okay. Got it. So when you're not drinking, you're drunk. Got it.
irrationality, a need for power, a need for
Called
control
the dry drunk.
when he was drinking heavily. And I absolutely I believe her 100% implicitly. And he
100%.
doesn't deny it.
Implicitly.
I don't know how at this
Wow.
point anybody can deny that he was physically abusive to her.
What?
Right?
Where's your
she was
proof?
Him, we could talk about that because I was just about to say, I believe she did put on tough girl act. I mean, she's starting to admit that. It got to the point, they had a fight one time where he shoved her and she got right back up, and he shoved her and she got right back up, and he shoved her
Yeah, this
again,
is a
and she got
bruising
right back up.
story
I mean, when
of
you're
somebody who's just. It's like that terrible movie with Jennifer Lopez. What was it? Enough. Like
Right.
it's a Hollywood movie, right? Right. She got just victimized so much that she said enough is enough, and she gave him a black eye. Keep in mind, in 2012. So this is pre whatever. This is literally on their honeymoon, which they showed a picture, okay, in the trial you're supposedly following.
Right. Now, real quick, WebMD says what to know about dry drunk syndrome. Okay. Dry drunk syndrome is a term coined by the creator of Alcoholics Anonymous to describe someone who has quit drinking but hasn't dealt with the issues that caused them to become addicted in the first place. Dry drunk syndrome can be a sign that you are close to relapsing. Sobriety is a long, ongoing process, but help, support, and treatment can make it easier. So, no, it does not mean what she is saying it means. Dry drunk syndrome means that you are lacking the accountability that it takes and self-awareness to deal with the issues that caused you to self-medicate in the first place. That is all that means.
Wow, you just got textbook on that ass.
What's up, Crispy Treat?
Hey, I was gonna say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I think I remember you from when Kay had her other channel. If I remember you, I think, and then she had an English friend or something, right?
He wasn't English. He was supposedly Mexican.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
He talked like this, right?
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah, and Kay, you know you're the queen, Kay. Right?
Yes.
Right?
What happened to him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Beats the shit out of me. I don't know.
I
He was
thought
so
that
insignificant.
You guys all were pals.
No. I never liked that dude. He was my replacement after she turned on me on a live stream, and then I was just like, fuck you.
I was there that day that she turned on you.
Yeah, she tried to say that I didn't raise a girl, which I did.
Right.
She called me a liar.
Yep.
Yeah, so this was the day after I sent her the text where we were having a text message exchange. This was literally the day after, where she was saying in the same text thread, I will never talk about the Sophie case, blah blah blah. And then I told her that Annie had 11,000 people on in her chat when I was on panel with her, and then she was like 11K with a question mark, and then changed her entire tune, and then the next day decided to, like, because obviously she was thinking about it since then.
Yeah.
And the very next night she decided to
Take
go
it
with
on.
the opposition. Right. Go with the opposition.
That's
and
crazy.
start. Right.
Well, I was listening to you. I'm mod for Benny, and I was listening to you last night, I guess. And I was thinking to myself, like, I mean, it was all ringing a bell, and I just couldn't put it together until the very end when you were talking about that story. And I was like, that's it. I couldn't think I couldn't remember that whole situation. But I had thought that you were friends with that Luis, that guy.
No. He was my replacement after that,
Wow.
because she has to have a male.
Somebody. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. She hates women, loves men.
That's very, very true. And it's scary.
Right.
Like, and you don't really know when she's going to turn on you.
she wanted me to be like him, where he just kisses her ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not in my fucking DNA. I can't do that. you
Right.
know? So that was just that's that. And then, yeah, he just would enable everything. Like what he would do is basically just in different words repeat everything that she would say.
Everything she said. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
you're
was
right.
pathetic.
Just in a different vocabulary, and in longer for some reason. He was long-winded, as I recall, but he was nice. He was a real nice person, I thought, but he didn't.
No, he's a douchebag.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, anybody who sits there and blatantly, like, they know, they could see that Kay is completely full of shit. Like, they could see it, and they're just continuing to enable her and kiss her ass. Like,
well, here's the thing: is what I noticed is that she's a smart woman. I give her that, and she used to be a lot better at these commentaries where she made some sort of sense. This right here, I put it in the chat or in the inner comments, I think yesterday or the day before. I feel like she has taken the opposition, whatever the opposite side of where everybody else is. She's taking that side, and she's going to, and I think she's smart enough and bright enough that she's a good debater, and she could take either side in either position and debate it well. But what
she used to be like that.
Yeah, and what I've noticed is she takes the opposite side that everybody else has, and she's going to debate it and fight you and she's going to die on that hill. She's gonna, like, this Amber
That's
thing.
what she's doing now. Like, this is just a gasp. This is this channel that she has now is a gasp for breath.
Yes.
Is all it is. Like, when she got her channel taken away, it was funny because I didn't react the way that most people expected me to. I remember I was like, John was live, and I was standing in McDonald's in line, and I was just flipping through YouTube, and I saw that John was live. And then I commented, and because he was talking about Kay getting her channel taken away from her. It was right then.
Yeah.
And then he was making these jokes like, yo, the first thing I thought was like, where is the glarer? Where is the glarer? But the thing is at the time I was just like, I mean, it was just a matter of time before that would happen.
Right.
But I wasn't really happy about it. I just didn't care, because the reason why I wasn't like, I wasn't singing Ding Dong the Witch is Dead with everybody else.
Yeah.
Was simply because I knew she'd be back. She cannot resist this. She has to do this.
I felt bad that she had just quit her job and everything.
I didn't feel bad about that at all.
Yeah. I imagine. I mean, I was on good terms with her, so it wasn't, I just thought, and I'm not a problematic person in general, so like I don't have too big of problems. But all I said to her yesterday, I said, Kay, I just feel like your whole channel is now become like a gimmick where, before I even knew what side you were on,
people are onto her, man.
I know that you were gonna be on Amber's side because nobody else was, and that's your shtick now. And it's annoying, it's just annoying. I couldn't stand. I was sitting there listening to it, and I usually am pretty patient, and I was waiting for her to just haul off on me, but she didn't say anything to me, but because I was just going on and on.
I mean, the thing is she's currently being sued right now.
Right? Yeah, what is going on with that lawsuit?
So, she's losing, but she doesn't have an attorney, and Ray Andriacchio has resources and an attorney,
right?
And data, and the things that she accused Kay of doing, she absolutely did, and there is physical evidence of it,
right? But that lady is out of control herself, in my opinion.
I mean, whether you like it or not, regarding as far as Kay's case goes, she's going to come out on top.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's just that simple. But Kelsey 206 is making a good point here. saying, "Makeup Mobster, this is I'm being sued, K, and I don't want to lose my channel, K." And I agree 100%. She's very timid right now. A lot of this is just her being timid, because, like I said, she's being sued right now. So if she engages in anything that even remotely resembles what she's being accused of, this is going to be used as evidence. You don't think Ray Andriacchio is aware of this channel? I guarantee you she's aware of everything that's going on with Kay right now.
Yeah, that lady knows everything that's going
on. Totally. So
she knows every single thing that's going on at all times.
Now, the smart money would be to just stay the fuck off YouTube altogether, right? Stay quiet, shut the fuck up, right? You know, especially when you're in such danger.
You need the money.
Especially, I think so. But especially if you're in so much danger of losing this suit, the best thing to do is stay off. But the thing is, she just simply can't.
I don't think that she you cannot tell me that she couldn't find a lawyer. She doesn't want a lawyer because she thinks she can do a better job than a lawyer.
That's my part of it. I just don't think that she can afford a lawyer.
Well,
that's what I think.
You know, that's insane for her to go into court without a lawyer. Just insanity.
She doesn't have a choice. She doesn't have a choice. I mean, she's being sued. It's plain and simple. You know, like either you can fucking have a chance against this or you don't.
Well, there's a lot of lawyers that will take your case and then
if there's a chance of winning.
And the chance of winning if she countersues.
Right. So I don't doubt that she's telling the truth when she says in that that motion to dismiss, which I read at the beginning of this live. I'm sorry,
I wasn't here.
Yeah, she basically is pleading with the judge to dismiss the case, but the judge is not going to do that, not based on the argument that she put up.
Yeah, that's the very first thing that you do. That's when you get sued. The very next move is you ask it to be dismissed, and on whatever grounds there is. That's the very next one.
She didn't state any logical or legal grounds in the motion to dismiss at all because she's not an attorney. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She just basically begged.
Man.
Right. Yeah, I know. It was ridiculous. But she states that she can't find an attorney, but I'm guessing
not true.
Well, I'm guessing that there might be truth to that because if she can't find an attorney, it's probably because nobody's willing to take her case. She doesn't have any money. The only chance that I would think an attorney would take her case without her giving a retainer up front would be if there was like a super, super good chance of them winning and actually winning a countersuit where she would collect money.
Well, listen, if Katie Joy can have 3 lawyers, Kay can find a lawyer. If Katie Joy can have lawyers that take her cases, come on,
Well, yeah, I mean, but again,
I don't know. I just think, I don't think that they get paid until it's over. And if there's a countersuit, there's always a countersuit. I don't know. I just don't think. I think she's full of it when she says, if she says that she can't find a lawyer. Now, money might be an issue, but for her saying she can't find someone to take that case, I don't think that's true.
I mean, she could be lying about that, but it doesn't fucking matter because she doesn't have a lawyer.
Yeah.
and she's filing shitty, stupid motions that don't make any sense.
That's so embarrassing.
And basically admissions to guilt. Basically admitting by saying, why would you say that you apologize to the person?
Oh no, she did not.
In the motion, to the judge, asking him to dismiss the case.
Well,
she says, I apologized. She says she apologized multiple times.
Oh my God, she just lost the case. She just admitted.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
that's what I said.
She's done.
Admitted that she's guilty. Like, oh my God, like handcuff me now.
All right, I'm going to stream just a little bit more of this live here.
Yes, go ahead.
Dealing with a drug addict and an alcoholic like that, you invariably become in a tug of war, a tug of wills, a war of wills with them. You think you're gonna outfight them. You think you're gonna outwill them. But the problem is that there's such a disparity between how irrational they are and how irrational the person on the receiving end is. And by feeding into their anger and by reacting to it in a tough girl way or a tough boy way, you're furthering the unhealthy dynamic, because you're feeding that energy. You're feeding
Jesus
that
Christ.
dangerous, violent energy. Now, I'm not
She sounds like a
saying
cult leader.
that if you're
She
married
fancies
or
herself
live with
one.
an abusive,
Are you serious?
drunk, or drug
I
addict,
mean, not literally, but she
You
she
think
in
she's
her
smarter than
mind,
everybody.
she in her mind created her own little kingdom with her
Mhm.
last channel and treated it as such.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yep.
she wouldn't try. She never tried to like link up with people and panel with people like other creators. She sees all other creators as competition.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yes.
All other creators.
You
are
will not
competition.
grow as a channel if you have
Nope.
that kind of attitude.
Right.
Nope.
And she'd go
she
crazy
did though.
if somebody put a link in her chat, or somebody mentioned another creator in her chat. She'd lose her mind.
Yeah. The comments would be deleted. Yeah.
Mhm.
She would not. I remember that she would always have sorry, I got distracted by chat. She would basically create her own little kingdom. She saw other creators as competition instead of, but I mean, and Toast, you're right, to a certain degree, but somehow she did grow her channel that way. I mean, I guess there's just a lot of stupid people out there that want to be considered peasants and called peasants. And
that
insulted.
was that peasant thing, man.
She's right. It was kind of amazing to watch.
It was amazing to watch that she was able to get by with that, and and people didn't burn her to the stakes. My God, that was crazy.
She like I said, she sees all other creators as competition because and what she would do, instead of linking up with a creator, she would see a creator that was larger. Like when she targeted Annie and went after Annie a lot. And she knew that Annie was the type of, that's the thing, is she'll go after larger creators like Kendall Ray.
Yes,
she went after
when she went after Kendall Ray, I knew
and she went after Annie from 10 to Life because
same with Annie. She's such a sweet girl, and so is Kendall Ray. Like those are the two non-problematic people on YouTube. Like, what are you doing?
Right, but she would know that they wouldn't engage back.
Yeah.
So what she would do is take advantage of the fact that her people would be, she could create the narrative, they're cowards and they won't face me. But really it's just they're not going to engage in any drama because they're those large channels, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that's just not what they do.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she would manipulate that fact to make them see, to make her people believe that those larger creators are just cowards, because they won't face her, because her people see her as this larger than life thing, the queen, right?
Right, the queen with her, with her crown.
Right.
And she would get tipsy, and as the chat would go on, she would, and the drunker she got, the meaner she would get. Yeah,
she attacked Linda from It's a Crime too. Like any larger creator that's doing better than she is, and if they're, and she'll attack their looks, but not saying that they're ugly or anything, but saying that the only reason they're popular is because they're good looking and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Oh, wow.
But it's like, no, dude.
Were you around when there was when that lady called in and was talking about her naked photos on the internet? And that was crazy that this lady called in and started talking about her being naked on the internet, and
I don't know about that, but I
Oh
know
my God.
I know that she tried to get people in Kiwi Farms to dox someone, and they fucked and they fucked with her.
Yeah.
They fucked with her, and they made her send pictures of her feet and post pictures of her feet, and
that's what she gets for messing with the farms.
And she did it. Like
Well,
she did it.
This
Zod, this was around the
girl-
time that I met you. This was around the time that I met you because, you know, the channel that we don't like to mention here, Mr. Suicide that didn't commit suicide.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was he's the one that found that out, and he did a live all on that and showed all those receipts. And I was on panel with him going, "Holy shit."
Oh man.
Yeah.
No, some girl called in and she said, "Well, I bet your husband isn't gonna like these naked pictures that you sent to somebody, you know?" And she said, and then how she handled it, she was like, "How dare you come on my show and try and humiliate me?" And she's like, "My husband loves it. We sit and think, and we get off."
I did see that.
Yeah, we get off thinking about
that.
that you guys are watching me, my cute legs and my hot body and stuff. Like that's how we
Totally.
get off. Yeah.
Yeah, now that I think about it, that's some serious lulz cow shit. I didn't
Yeah,
know
it
what
was
the
pretty.
lulz cow
It was.
was then, but
I mean, I gave her credit for that kind of response because, man, I would have been like, ugh, like I quit, like
yeah, she
would
was
have stuck my head in the oven and been over with.
she was basically like explaining like her and her husband's kinks, and it was super gross, like way TMI.
And here I thought I was over the top calling myself the villain, but I am feeling very confident in my abilities tonight.
You should use power and allow them to hit you and allow them to violate you. I am not saying that at all. What I would say, if I had anybody in my listening audience that was living with somebody who was physically abusing them, I would say the absolute most proper thing for you to do is to leave.
Oh, you mean like Johnny Depp tried to do?
Gosh.
Multiple times. That?
No matter where it is you go.
You see the backpedaling from just the live that we were covering earlier before this one, because this is tonight. The other one was just a few days ago, or so she's singing a way different tune after that testimony.
Shelter, your mother's, you got to leave. You got to get out. You cannot feed that energy.
No shit,
it only makes it
Sherlock.
worse. And I get the sense that she fed it, that there were times where she thought, okay, here we go. We're entering that cycle again. I'm going to buckle down and I'm going to fight him on it. I'm going to fight him.
No one
and
who's
and then she further went into a phase where she believed if she recorded him when he was doing these things, she could show him and say, see what you do? See,
or she can hold it as evidence.
You pass out
and use it later.
Right. She was, oh, God, Kay.
What part of the phase is where Amber spends $1,000 on wine?
Right.
That's the I'm going to drink
Just
to
asking.
join him phase.
Right. And then she wasn't even married, but just a little over a year, and she got $16 million. Come on.
This is the stupidest. I've been doing this for a year now. I've been with so many people who make such good comments. Rob Glare, Rob, great guy. So factual and things. And I've been with just everybody in this community. And sorry, I took the hat off because I was fighting with my internet. As you can see by my messed up hair. I've been with so many great people busting their ass to every day analyze court documents and bring a good, compelling argument to why we feel the way we do, to why this is important. And the biggest thing that pisses me off about this, and this is very important when I say this, I don't give a shit if it's a man or a woman. This affects both genders very negatively, and it's not fair to either men
It's
or
all
women.
about gender for her too. It's all about man or woman with her,
Right,
like,
right.
always.
It's devastating for both because this is high profile, and I've said this too. Inherently, the Me Too movement wasn't bad, but just like with all these other movements that have been making their way around the campfire, right? They get hijacked by these type of people who will use it to fuck over somebody else,
right?
To get some kind of monetary value out of it.
She's one of these people, and it's being proven.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't know why Kay thought it was a good idea, like to make Johnny Depp out to be this monster and her out to be this innocent victim.
I don't
like,
know.
I know that's her MO and what she usually does, but somehow she's manages to do it. How she gets away with it is when there's no evidence. You know, like there's cases which she'll cover, and then there's the whole law enforcement is keeping everything close to the vest, so we don't really have any confirmed information. So there's a lot of speculation, right? And that's where she usually succeeds. But what she's not using her common sense for is, well, in this case, there is evidence. There's overwhelming evidence.
But she's ignoring all of that.
She's ignoring it completely.
She's watching a different trial than the rest of us.
Totally.
Damn cabinets, you go fly into rages, you get irrationally jealous, you make crazy accusations, you're a totally different human being. See, she fell into that trap where she thought she could convince it, because, and as we can see 6 years later, he's in denial about it.
And she's acting like she's best friends with her.
You could show him a million videos.
Right. Like she knows her.
Like some inside scoop about her. You know, like I know she's not in love with him. She just wants him to just leave her alone. Like what?
She's acting like she knows her front to back.
Right.
And she doesn't know anything about her.
Right. She's acting like
what's funny is this is where self-awareness like has this really cool effect. Or lack of self-awareness has this really cool effect, because she relates to her. She just doesn't realize on what level, because she doesn't take responsibility for being an abusive piece of shit herself.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's exactly what's going on here.
Nice.
And it's fascinating.
Yes.
It's fascinating.
You'll see that a lot with people. You'll see that a lot with people who simp for like, Battery Betty, or people who simp for, these people that are just pieces of shit. Like a lot of these people who simp for them are not doing it because they have some sympathy for them. It's because there's some part of them that they see in her.
Right. They relate. Yeah, they relate. But Kay can't even face the fact that the reason why the one thing that she relates to this person with is that they're both abusive, fucked up pieces of shit, and then somebody called them out on it. Which is like her whole motive for covering this is because she's being sued for being an abusive piece of shit. And not physically like Amber, but online, online bullying. Like she dragged the shit out of this lady forever, and this lady just got up and was like, you don't know who you're fucking with. I will fucking sue you. Like, I don't care if you have the money or not. I'm going to sue you.
And all you had to do was watch the one documentary, and you would know that lady is one that, is not to be fucked with.
She's not the one to fuck with.
Right.
Yeah. Ray Andriacchio is.
Yeah. And she's got, for some reason, she's got more money than God. It seems like,
I mean, because she's so passionate about what's going on with her son.
Right.
She's willing to spare no expense to protect his name, to protect anything about him.
Well, and I'll tell you what, it's not what, and I mean, I'm a firm believer in it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And she gave her no kind of grace or mercy.
None.
None. And spoke about her son's death with such
malice,
nasty, hurtful terms, you know.
And I made the point earlier, probably before you came in, but before you even came in the chat, but I made the point earlier that you know, regardless of whether or not, because she actually focuses, she actually puts the focus on her argument with Ray Andriacchio on this motion for dismissal, right? Which that has nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, the judge is not interested in the actual argument, what it is. He's interested in finding out whether or not she actually defamed this woman.
Of
right?
course.
So
Yes.
so she uses this thing to actually take jabs at her, which is also a bad look, right?
Oh,
In the motion to the judge. But the point that I made earlier was, you know, she doesn't realize that what people are seeing, what's wrong with her, is that it doesn't matter if I mean, I shouldn't word it like that. I should say whether or not her son, Ray Andriacchio's son, was murdered or committed suicide. That's not the point. What you need to look at is the fact that Kay has no empathy for a woman who lost her son. Whether he was murdered or whether he committed suicide, this is still a grieving woman who lost her child.
Right. Right.
So, and she has no empathy for her.
None.
And that is the look that she's giving the judge. And she even does this in this motion for dismissal. And she is too, you know, I guess lolscowy to even acknowledge this about herself and even be able to make this observation for herself.
Yeah, she's not, she has no
of it.
self-awareness.
Right. She's incapable of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I've been going on this Alec Baldwin thing, and I'll be straight up. Like, the man himself, I think, is a piece of shit. But I wouldn't lump, like, and I don't know much about this other case you guys have been talking about, but just from what I've been able to gather through my powers of deduction, she went through to family. And it's something like, even if I'm covering something, right, and I'm really passionate about it, and I hate the person I'm talking about, whether it be Ezra Miller or Alec Baldwin, which is currently my big ones I'm hitting on right now, right? I wouldn't go after anybody who's not in the story itself, where I don't have the proof that they have themselves done something, right? Like, I wouldn't say, oh, his daughter is a piece of shit because of this thing he's being accused of. No, she has got nothing to do with it. His wife, I think, is a piece of shit for parading the kids around trying to clean up their image, but that's another story. But I wouldn't actively harass them about it. I'd just be like, here's the case, here's the facts to it, and what I see as being the person's flaws and why I think they're full of shit. And I think that's a problem with a lot of these YouTubers such as her, who make these broad sweeping statements and want to be antagonistic, is that they take it to an arena that loses the focus of what you're trying to come across as. Like, listening to her talk about this, she's talked about shit that is so in circles and makes no sense, to the point she's even trying to make or answer the question that she brought up herself from the chat.
She usually has people on a panel. She's just going. She's like on like a 2-hour run-on sentence right now. You know. I mean, she's not debating anybody. She's just listening to her. I mean, seriously, she hasn't even paused. So crazy.
I don't know. It's a strange take, and I think that it's really crazy to me. Like, I've listened to some pretty crazy takes on this case, and the most staunched Amber's supporters, because despite popular belief, I know a lot of people in the community, they are like, oh, there are people who side with Amber for some crazy fucking reason. And I've heard better arguments from them.
I have not seen them anywhere.
You'd be surprised.
You know what's funny? I haven't either.
Yeah, where do they
But I
make
think
those at?
it's just because like I keep to these creators. Like I want to do this again, you know, but with Rob on panel next time. Because Rob's rules, he's been actually covering the trial, but I'm worried because Rob, I feel like Kay will absolutely trigger Rob. I think that.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking,
you son of a bitch.
I wanted Kay to
what the
like,
fuck is
debate.
wrong with her? She's fucking nuts. What the fuck is wrong with this woman?
That's exactly what
How dare she say some shit like that? Has she ever done any homework? Has she done any fucking homework?
I was thinking that she needed to debate that popcorn guy, that Andy dude or whatever, because he's super passionate as well. Do you know who I'm talking about? That Andy
Signora, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. I was thinking like that would be a good matchup, except they're both screamers, you know.
Oh yeah, she wouldn't.
Rob would just be like this the whole time. Like I take a shot every time Rob goes, "Oh my god."
Oh really? That's great.
He will absolutely
I was so happy
do that.
that I found you. Like I literally was getting so angry. Like, and I usually am able to stick it out, but I couldn't stick it out any longer. And I turned to the channel, and there you guys were watching it, and like, and feeling the same way I was feeling. I was like, "Oh, my people! I found my people."
Yeah, she's totally getting hate views, man. She's totally getting hate views, but it's just really funny, man, because like I think that she's just doing this because she can't help herself.
Yeah,
you know, that's all this is. Like she can't help herself, but she can't be herself either because she's literally being sued for it right now.
Oh, so that's probably why she doesn't have anybody on her panel, because if she did, she would most likely go off on them.
Right. You know, and she's challenging people who are putting up arguments. And what's funny is they've been respectful too. Like the people that she's challenging, like you can see their comments when she highlights them, and they're actually like respectful comments that seem to like her channel, but are just like, okay, sorry, but you're wrong on this one. You know, like we've actually been following this and you clearly haven't, without telling her that, because
watching a whole different trial.
You're like, walking on eggshells in her chat. You're walking on eggshells in her chat for sure.
I was not walking on eggshells in her chat this time, and I couldn't believe she was just kept letting me go. She wasn't responding, and I thought, man, I could not believe I was getting away with some of the stuff I was getting away with. Nobody blocked me, and she said her mods were not blocking anybody anymore. So
yeah, like this is a true test of like, are you loyal to Kay or are you loyal to logic and proof? That's what this case has come down to.
Yeah, listen, I'm not a Kay hater at all. It's just she's just changed completely from the.
She hasn't though. She's just in a. Yeah, well, I mean, she used to sound like she made sense.
Yeah,
but I would call her out on the shit all the time.
When you guys were getting along and stuff. Now I mean, you were on her side quite a bit. Correct?
There were certain things that I agreed with her on, but for the most part, I'll admit I kept quiet for a lot of the times that she was like saying certain things where I just be like, I don't know. Like I would go, I don't know a lot on her panel.
You added your own opinion on things or whatever, but it was logical. The things
when she would, when she would say things like, you know, there's no evidence of this yet, you know, then I'd be like, yeah, there's no evidence. Like when it came to the Barry Morphew thing, like we would talk about Barry Morphew on her panel. That's something that we agreed on a lot because everybody was condemning this guy, and I'm just like, you have no evidence against him yet.
Yeah.
Same thing with Don and Candace Wells, you know.
Exactly.
Now she crucified Don and Candace because she wants to look down on them. because
Yeah,
of the way
she
that
called.
they look.
She said something yesterday that, or no, I sent Benny that interview with Grandis's confidant, and I sent it to Benny because I didn't think that he saw it, and I thought I heard her say, "Now, how far away is the trailer from their shack?" And I thought, what a shitty thing to say, man. You know, she called their house a shack.
Yeah.
Or no, she called it a shed. A shed.
Yeah, that's how she is. Yeah,
And
she
I
takes
thought, now,
she takes
you know
jabs
what?
like that.
That's a horrible thing to
She
say
she
about
takes
anybody.
jabs like that. Yeah, she takes
Yeah,
jabs
like
like
what?
that.
Like it's so
No,
unnecessary. They're already. I mean, they don't need any help by looking the way they look, you know. But it's just unnecessary, and it's just mean and
that's how
just
she is.
unbecoming.
That's how she is.
Every way.
And the Morphew thing, well, you know, for those of you in chat who are following the Suzanne Morphew case, Barry Morphew was arrested, but the charges for the murder charge was dropped.
Yeah.
Because they don't have enough evidence. Like the
Yeah, and they don't
prosecution
want
was
to
way
have double
overzealous.
jeopardy.
And this is one of those cases where Kay gets to say, "I told you so."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
oh God.
and you know, I mean, and do I think that Barry had something to do with it personally? Do I
Yes.
think so? Yes, I do.
Yes.
Now, it took me a while to get there. I needed to know
Mhm.
more. I needed to know more. And then once more information was released, then I was able to make up my mind more or less.
Yeah.
But the fact is the way it looks, he's gonna walk.
Yeah, I know.
You know
He's
what I
a
mean?
slick MFer, isn't he?
I mean, not just that, he's got a good lawyer.
Yeah.
And the prosecution was way over, like the DA was way overzealous in
They got
arresting him.
overzealous. Yeah, they should have waited and waited. They should have waited until they found that body. And you know,
Even the
eventually it's gonna come
CBI,
up.
even the CBI publicly said that they should not have arrested him when they did. They didn't have enough. So the CBI and the DA are not on the same page publicly. That's bad. That's
good.
bad. Yeah.
That's real bad.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and that it wasn't like.
But he
Barry
can
was
be
gonna go
recharged.
anywhere.
Yeah, he can be recharged. Kelly Green is right.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he was going to go anywhere. He was at risk of leaving, leaving the country or something. I mean, he was going to stay. His daughters were here. His family was here. And if you just would have kept some eyes on him, I bet you he would have led them to the body. He's not now. He's not going to now. You know?
Find a way of turning around and blaming it on her.
That's projection at
And
its
of course,
finest
he
right
always would cycle back around to sweet and loving the seductive self. He
How
would
did she know?
cycle back around to the honeymoon phase. Of course he would. He's dry, and so he needs another high. And that behavior
That's not what dry means.
spoiling
That's
someone,
not at all what dry
loving
drunk
someone,
is.
I know.
making
I
someone
already
the center of your world.
I googled
What
it.
what a joke. That's not what a dry
literally-
drunk is.
I literally googled it.
Yeah,
Having
a dry
sex
drunk
with
is
great-
somebody that has the same issues but isn't drinking and will probably relapse or is close to it or something.
Right.
But
Sex,
it's not
passion.
it's not what she's saying it is. What a dummy.
Yeah.
It's sex. All of that is another form of a high. It's another endorphin rush.
You love
He goes from endorphin rush to endorphin rush to endorphin rush.
Not
Just
really.
all those endorphins just rushing.
Ever having
And as long as he's been
a
doing
sense
drugs, he's not
of
getting those
Snipes.
endorphin
just
rushes.
being
Sniping, and the sniping is feeding his endorphins, and he's getting another high from all the sniping.
Those crazy dolphins.
John Christopher Depp.
You know he's not getting
He's
high on anything.
never
as long
just been a
as
simple
long as
man.
he's been getting high. That shit doesn't work anymore.
A clean man. He's been going for almost too many years. He's no way he can fix it on his own. And I just don't believe he's sober. Could be wrong, but I don't believe it. But when
I don't
you
believe
go
it.
to
I don't
the
believe it
sleep
either,
mode, the
if I'm
sleep
being
pattern,
honest.
It's just another addiction. It's just another endorphin rush. He gets a rush out of that. He gets a rush out of purchasing the person back into his orbit.
What?
What?
And he expects them very childishly to
That
forget
sounded
everything
some
done
like guru nonsense.
and to just come
Yeah.
swooning
Yeah.
back at his feet.
Did Kate join the
And I'm sure there's
Illuminati?
many women that have done that.
Maybe.
The story about the dog is, again, it's so nuanced and detailed and descriptive. There's no way it's not true.
What?
The
And
dog.
it's
What?
extraordinarily chilling because
Listen, I look forward, guys, you know, because I'm really enjoying this live. So I do look forward to repurchasing you guys back into my orbit. Okay.
I
Oh,
would love to be
man.
repurchased into
You
your
must
orbit.
need an endorphin rush.
You have no idea.
I bet.
because
I will snipe at you.
Gosh,
It
I can't
reveals
wait
the
to get
fact
dry
that
drunk again.
the drug and alcohol abuse have caused a level of brain damage.
What?
Okay.
Listening to this has caused a level
She
of
can
brain
high five
damage.
So she's
Jesus
a-
with that one.
So she's
that
she's a CAT scan machine now. That's good
Right.
to know.
She can high five
When
Jesus
he's
with that
in
reach.
that cycle of that wet stage,
What?
there's
That's not okay.
a certain part of it's kind of like Clockwork Orange. And
What?
I've seen it.
Oh
I've
my
worked
God.
with people.
I gotta hear this.
Hold on,
Alcoholics,
hold on.
drug
Claire.
addicts.
I have to hear this. I have to hear what her. But go ahead, Zod.
Did she just say? Did she compare him to fucking Clockwork Orange? Did I hear that right? I heard that right,
You
right?
did.
I'm not high right now.
Let's find out where she's going
gotta
with this.
hear it.
I have to know.
Me too.
I've worked with schizophrenics. Drug addiction can bring on schizophrenia.
Oh, she's going nowhere with
Methamphetamine
it.
use
Oh,
can
what a
bring on
shocker.
Schizophrenia
Rewind
type
it.
behavior.
She just pulled a wipey boy right here.
Yeah.
Violate you. I am not saying that at all. What I would say, if I had anybody in my listening audience that was living with somebody who was physically abusing them, I would say the absolute most proper thing for you to do
Oh,
is
I went way too
leave.
far.
Yeah.
Find
Like,
a
thanks for
reason
that
to get
advice. But I'm gonna
irrational,
go ahead and get
passionate
leave
sex.
now. 'cause
All
you
of that
told
is
me to.
another form of a high. It's
What
a
dumb
rush
thing
out
to
of that.
say.
He gets a rush. It's extraordinarily chilling because it reveals the fact that the drug and alcohol abuse have caused a level of brain damage to where when he's in that cycle of that wet stage,
The wet stage.
The wet. Quit saying
there's
wet.
a certain part of it's kind of like Clockwork Orange, and I've seen it.
No, it's
because I've
not.
worked with people. I've worked
Not-
with
are you-
alcoholics and drug
no.
addicts.
Not.
I've worked
It's
with
nothing
schizophrenics.
like
What-
Clockwork
what-
Orange.
I'm trying to think of any part of Clockwork Orange that could even be remotely compared to this case. In any way,
Clockwork
shape, or
Orange was
form.
about fucking mind control, and what's his face went fucking nuts and went on killing spree and did
Right.
terrible things. I always forget the actor's name, but he's a great actor.
Malcolm McDowell.
Yes,
Alex.
McDowell. He greatest role, but it had to do with like hypnosis and shit like that.
Right.
It had nothing.
It was bizarre.
It
You
was
had
a
to
very
be
weird
like
movie.
tripping on acid to even like watch it. Honestly.
I have this issue with Kubrick, man, where like his movies always start off amazingly fucking like just engaging, right?
Right.
And then towards the end, like they just get incredibly boring.
Yeah.
Like incredibly, except for The Shining. The Shining's the only one that didn't.
You're right.
But that's because it was based on a Stephen King novel. But all the other Kubrick movies, like 2001: A Space Odyssey, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then like the last hour of the movie, I was like, what the fuck?
I just got scared when you were when you started this conversation. I thought, oh my God, are you going to say that Clockwork Orange was a brilliant movie?
I thought it was brilliant, but you know, and I get the point, but it was just, it got boring. Like after he gets caught, you know, and then they start doing the mind control stuff on him, and then the very end, I'm just like, that's it. Like that's how the movie ends.
Yeah.
Okay, him chewing. Got it.
Anticlimactic.
Very, very.
Drug addiction can bring on schizophrenia. Methamphetamine use can bring on schizophrenia type behavior. Cocaine can certainly bring on schizophrenia type behavior, and I can take on the world, rage type behavior. I've seen it.
So
how
what's
does
your
that relate to Johnny Depp?
and what's your excuse, Kay, for your
Exactly.
take on the world? Like what's inducing that?
She rages more than Johnny Depp.
Right.
Oh, and the dog story of grabbing and hold, not only is that incredibly emotionally and mentally abusive to everyone who was there when he did it, because to see a poor dog get hung out a window while you're driving.
Okay. That's I'm glad she brought that up, because where are the witnesses? Why aren't they testifying? Those people that were traumatized by him hanging a dog out the window, where are their testimonies?
Because if they
why aren't they on the
if
witness
they testified
list?
for Johnny, she said that they were liars.
Why didn't she name names?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
you're right.
If they're so traumatized, yeah, so bullshit.
Knowing if that dog
and Kay knows better
is going to get accidentally dropped, the dog could wiggle and squirm.
And
squirm out of his arms.
Nobody was going to drop the damn dog. It weighed 3 pounds
and was hanging it out the window and howling.
Oh,
and
shut up.
That's a whole different level of being drunk or high. That's
it's almost unbelievable, like it never happened. That's the kind of level that it's on, like almost like it's bullshit made up story that that hasn't ever been proven once. Right. It is kind of unbelievable. Okay, totally fucking agree.
It's a story told by a liar. Crazy.
oh, Glare! I saw Bigfoot in the woods just the other day. It was amazing. He was big and hairy, and I thought, where's Johnny Depp so he can hang him out of a window? That would be quite a fucking.
What's funny, Zod, is I've never known you to be a liar, so I would be more inclined to believe you telling that story than her telling the Chihuahua story or the Yorkie story or whatever kind of dog it was.
Yeah,
maybe
and
that's why the dog took a shit on his bed.
And according to Kay, if you grew up poor, that means you're telling the truth.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you letting me on your panel tonight, but I have to go.
Yeah, it's late, man. This live is running long.
It was fun though.
Yeah, no, and I really appreciate you being up here. I really appreciate it. So I will be. I hope to purchase you within my orbit again soon.
I'll buy you $1,000 worth of wine.
Sweet.
Oh my God, yes.
It was nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you, Zod.
You sound very logical. I appreciate that.
Thank you. It was nice talking with you, Crispy Treat.
Oh, nice to meet you, and thank you guys for letting me come up and just like barge in. You don't even know me, but I appreciate it. I had so much fun with all of you.
Right on. Right
So,
on. All right.
I'll be back.
Cool.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Thanks again. Oh God, it's almost.
So, yeah. I mean, I am gonna finish this beer and then wrap it up, but we'll go over a little bit more here.
Or not knowing what to do because she's in fear for this dog. Is just that has the ring of truth to it, and it should give you a bird's eye view into how much damage he's done to his brain with all the substances that he's put in his body. He's caused severe brain damage, and
she's a CAT scan machine.
I believe
she's a neurologist now.
He's again, it's sort of dementia type, schizophrenia type.
Dementia,
and she's a psychiatrist.
It's it's just, and it should be alarming to anybody who listened to her testimony. When she told the dog story, I believe it was when she told the dog story, he was wiping his nose with a tissue, And we hadn't seen him. At least I haven't seen him do that yet. So of course I'm thinking to myself, what's going on? Like, is he crying? Does he have allergies?
Or maybe he just had to wipe his nose with a tissue.
At the dog story, does he feel bad?
Which is why they give you tissues in court, because you may need them. Not like she needed them for her tears, because there were none, but you know, that's why they're there and made available to you in a courtroom during a court session.
About it.
So suspicious.
But let's go back.
Like, you remember when Johnny took a sip of his water? That shit was suspicious as fuck, dude.
I know. I was like, why would you do that?
Did he have cocaine cotton mouth? Was that why he drank water in court?
Was he so guilty he had to wash it down?
Exactly.
For a moment, his insecurity, what's obvious to me, his insecurity. But I want to make sure that I say these things in a gender neutral way, because both men and women can be, you can have people and couples, same-sex couples and heterosexual couples, and you know, everything in between can develop jealousy.
Well, there's more than that. Never knew.
Which comes out, the root of it is deep insecurity, right? And it's for men.
Wait,
you know, it's almost this primal. Does he feel bad about it? But let's, in a gender neutral way, because both men and women can be, you can have people and couples, same-sex couples and heterosexual couples, and you know, everything in between can develop jealousy and possessiveness, which comes out, the root of it is deep insecurity.
She's stealing from me. She's fucking stealing from me, dude. She is. Like, she's plagiarizing me right now. Like, I have consistently said that jealousy and possessiveness are merely symptoms of insecurity. Like, I practically coined that fucking phrase, and I've said it on this channel many, many times, and I've said it on her channel. She's plagiarizing me right now.
You should definitely go for a strike on this. Claim that.
Then, you know, it's almost this primal, you know, mammalian thing. You know, we all can conjure in our mind the caveman.
Yeah, you know, I could be a little mammalian at times. It's a word, guys. It's a word. She said it.
Going out, finding his mate and clubbing her over the head, and
I did that with my mate. I clubbed her right over the head, dragged her over my shoulder. Was like, "You come to my cave.
You're mine. Now you're mine." Right?
That's what Johnny Depp did. Yeah, he clubbed Amber over the head.
Hey, well, I'm not gonna. It's getting late. I might slip. I'm not gonna say anything about that, but.
So ridiculous, dude.
I mean, it's this primal thing. It's this animalistic thing, and it exists at the very base level of our DNA, and it's particularly inherent in men. When a man falls in love with a woman and he feels that that woman is his, he doesn't want to share her.
No, because that's why you get in a fucking relationship. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so jealousy and possessiveness is a male trait. That's what you're saying. Genetically.
That's what I heard. My girl.
That's insane.
my woman right next to me, the woman I clubbed right next to me, is like, wait, what?
Negasonic teenage. Yeah. Negasonic teenage warhead. That's right. That's your girl. How's she doing? She doing good?
Yes, yeah. She's waving right now. You can't see her because I don't have my camera on.
I'm telling you guys, she looks exactly like from Deadpool, Negasonic Teenage Warhead. She looks just like her.
She's laughing right now,
which is absolutely not an insult at all.
Yeah, dude, I did a double take and I watched Deadpool again. I'm like, I am so lucky. I am the luckiest man on YouTube. I have a super hot woman. And just so everybody watching knows, I when we met, I took out my club and I clubbed her over the head, right in the middle of the theater, and I put her on my shoulder and dragged her to my cave. And we've been together ever since.
Of course. That's what we all
do.
On the chemistry of mating, picking a mate.
God.
Falling in love with someone.
This ought to be great.
And consider feeling that they're yours. This is it's why we developed marriage as human beings. A man finds a woman that he wants to mate with, and that's his woman. And if he gets in his mind that some other man might be moving in on his biological territory, look out. Awful, ugly things can
or a woman, because according to Amber, he tried to break a woman's wrist because she leaned her head on Amber's shoulder. Okay.
Happen. But come on. We all know that it can, for some people, especially when you throw in drugs and alcohol, it can go next level. It can become irrational.
Wow.
I hate to say we've all.
So it can't with women,
ladies, because I've talked to many.
It can't with women.
No, because the way she's terribly explaining this, like, I don't even want to give her any credit because I feel like I have no brain cells after this, but I get what she's saying, but it's very poorly worded, because the way it's coming off to me is that she's trying to do the whole, same sex thing. And the Dr. Hughes made this point during the trial. And it's like, no, it's women. If by your logic, a man could get this caveman mentality, women can get that same mentality and play it a different way than we do. They can become vindictive and mean.
But according to her, women don't get jealous or possessive in relationships. That's a man trait.
It's a man trait. Our ownership need.
Sure, right. No, and they don't get shitty or anything like that. But the entire time she covered the Watts case, which was way longer than anybody should have been, long after it was closed, she would accuse Shanann of being the type of person that she is accusing Johnny Depp of being, basically. So, a murder victim.
Wow.
Many of you have had boyfriends like this, have had husbands like this, who are incredibly jealous and intrusive and possessive and suspicious. And Elvis Presley sang a famous song about it, Suspicious Eyes, right?
Suspicious Minds.
It's such a common thing, but some people take it next level. And when drugs and alcohol are involved, it goes next level.
How many guys on that note have written about that in reverse if we're playing this game? Like, if we're going this route of if we're playing by her rules, right? How many guys have talked about she's a man-eater? How many songs out there are inverse?
Right. Totally.
Like I don't fucking believe. I watched a half hour and I'm glad I tapped out, because it saved a lot of the rage I'm feeling now for this portion.
Yeah, but you can't. What's funny is there was a time where you could feel rage about Kay, like when her channel was actually a threat and she had a lot of people watching. But now she's just like I said, she's just gasping for air now. Like, so now it's just funny. She's not making any sense. She's not making any type of impact with these ridiculous opinions. And then it just makes it fun to make fun of her. Like, before I would make fun of her, but there was a level of anger to because I felt that she was actually dangerous. I found her to be dangerous, but I do not find her to be dangerous at all now. Like,
it's
I honestly
dangerous
don't.
that I've looked in her comment section, the one she's probably allowed. And I
Right. No,
even
she'll
saw
delete the comments that she doesn't like. Yeah.
like I could tell because those were way too short. I had more than that. And my Castlevania video, and that was about fucking vampires. So I mean, I look at her comment section, and then I watched her live like chat as it was going, and there were some legitimate people where I'm like, wow, you guys are buying into this bullshit. Like you can't possibly be looking at the evidence, looking at everything that's proceed, because I've seen even the staunch person, even people I know that are kind of scummy YouTubers who cover this going, yeah, especially after today, they're like, I got nothing. I got no way to defend this. I do find it interesting attempting to do it if there was more logic into how it was being presented. Like, just every point is not answering a direct question. It's a lot like Amber's team, her videos. She's not stating anything because there's nothing for her to draw from to say, well, look at this.
There's no evidence. There's nothing behind anything that she's saying. There's nothing to solidify anything that she is saying. Nothing. That's what's really
he did
funny about
drugs.
it.
Who the fuck in Hollywood hasn't done drugs? Name one person to throw a stone in Hollywood at any famous person, and I guarantee you they're doing drugs. The Rock juices, I'm sorry. You guys can come at me. I've had people come at me, but it's a fucking fact. I don't care how much that man works out.
Let me tell you something, Zod. Like, I work out all the time, right? And when I'm trying to when I try to put on weight, I eat a lot, right? Now, Christian Bale, he filmed The Machinist, right?
Oh yeah.
3 months after The Machinist wrapped up is when he started filming Batman Begins. Okay. Now, that doesn't happen naturally. There's just no fucking way. It's impossible. It is impossible. I don't care how much you eat. I don't care how much you work out without help, and I mean a jab in the butt, man. Without that, you are not getting to Christian Bale Batman Begins level from The Machinist in 3 months. There's just no way that that's possible.
I say Robert Pattinson's physique to me was the most honest looking, and even my girl, when we went to see that, she was like, he's not as big, as far as like the muscles. Like you can see the definition that he was definitely working out, but to me, that's the most realistic as far as cuts go, because he wasn't ridiculously swole. He was a little bit broader in the shoulders.
Weren't there rumors about him like having problems with Matt Reeves, because Matt Reeves wanted him to get jacked for the role, but he refused to work out. He refused to do pretty much anything.
There were rumors, and I believe some of that, given the physique I saw, I mean, it's in the film. Like, he definitely could have put in more work, but at the same time, it was a pretty realistic look. But look at now, when that money came in, they're both talking about coming back for a sequel. So I don't believe those rumors were as inflated. I think when they had the initial jitters, like, are we going to pull this up? And then they got the number back, and they were like, people love this. And Matt Reeves was like, yeah, let's make 3 more. And Pattinson was like, yeah, I'll work with Reeves. So I don't know if it was as...
It all depends on the money that the movie's making. It all depends. And the Batman made a lot of money. Is making a lot of money. But now that I got you up here, we're gonna end the live on a note. Type a 1 in the chat if you guys watched the end of Ozark. If you guys are Ozark fans and watched the end of Ozark, type a 1 in the chat, because I already know how Zod feels about it. I think we're on the same page on it too. But I am pissed. And if you haven't watched it yet, it's too fucking bad. That's your fault. Spoilers are happening right now. You should have watched it. But if you don't want spoilers, log off now. But Wendy, I am angry that not only did Wendy not die, but she wasn't tortured by the cartel slowly. I hate Wendy Bird. I loathe Wendy Bird.
Oh, look at, and you probably heard my live stream about this, and I was like, there were two major problems. I thought for the most part it wasn't the best season final, but it wasn't the worst. It was like in that nice middle place. The thing that bothered me is, and I thought this was what was happening, the perfect time to take that evil bitch out was during that car crash. And she even had the whatever.
I thought she was dead. I was like, all right,
that's what I thought. I was like, oh shit.
I'll take it. You know, all right, that's some karma. Fine, I could live with that. But I was wishing for her death throughout the entire second half of that season. I was wishing for it. And what's fucked up, see, ultimately my opinion is that I'm really disappointed with how it ended. I'm very disappointed because the one person that I wanted to win out of everybody that I felt deserved to win ends up getting killed. Ruth deserved to be on top, to come out on top in that.
And you know how I feel about Ruth. You've heard me several times. I have the Ruth icon when I was going on chat. Even the way she died, like her line was badass. Like her line delivery, everybody gave 1,000%. There's no doubt about the acting caliber.
No, not at all.
Just the way to, like, it felt cruel because you give her like this redemption, right? Like she gets clear. And I understand from a writing perspective that is to show that, you know, things don't always happen. But if that was the case, nothing happened to the birds. And I'll reference this and I'll die on the hill.
So mad. Like I wanted Marty to come out okay to a certain degree. You know, but I would have taken it. I would have been like, well, that's what you get. You know what I mean? Like we're all here because of you, you know, and what you
They were like a fucking tornado. Everybody around them died. And I said this on my stream.
Mexican cartel, dude, like bad shit's going to happen. You know what I mean? You decide to launder money for a Mexican cartel. That's bad. You know, and dude, they're the worst parents ever. The worst parents. Their kids are like their kids are money launderers now, and oh my god,
the daughter's co-signing on everything. It got to where I was like, one of them had, and see, I will die on this hill. My favorite season final of all time is Breaking Bad, and to me, it ended perfectly because Walter White. See, Vince Gilligan understood. He redeemed him in my mind, not completely because he poisoned a child and all that shit, but he somewhat gave an arc where he came to the realization that what he did, the scumbag things he did, was for himself, and he admitted it to his wife, which I'm sure we all thought she was a bitch, but in all actuality, she wasn't
dying,
wrong.
And I want to live the most radical life I could possibly live while I'm dying, was kind of the point of Walter White. And then, dude, like the gun coming out of the trunk, dude, I was like yelling at my TV when I was watching the finale of Breaking Bad. Like, this is the best show ever since the Twilight Zone, the best show ever.
And that's what I said about that. So when I'm watching the
Ozark had the potential to be the same
thing. Exactly.
And it did like shit. Breaking Bad had the best ending. I was just like, please let the ending be just live up to Breaking Bad. And no, it didn't.
And the funny part is, I think that the ending was made open-endedly. Like when you watch it, I'm like, they are going to do an Ozark movie or something. This is so set up because all of them living, right? And you still don't get a resolution on the threat. There's still the cartel lady that they put in place. That whole thing was never resolved. She was in place, and it was implied that Marty might get out, but they never gave a definitive answer with that because now they shot this private investigator literally at the end of the show. So it's like,
I was rooting for that guy too.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong. It's like
he wasn't.
It was just
trying to
open-ended.
He was trying to do the right thing. Like he was just trying to do the right thing. Like, I mean,
I mean, I'd even say that I felt worse, and Darlene was an evil bitch, but the way they pulled that scene off, I even was kind of like, shit, man, that's kind of cold. Like, they shot her and Wyatt like the same goal, like together. There was something so brutal where it kind of softened. I was like, that was even cold for someone like Darlene. Like, wow. But I understood because she had that coming for many seasons. But with Marty, it just felt like they didn't have the balls to kill anybody in case they wanted to revisit that. That's what it felt like. Like they want to come back and go, oh, we're bringing out the Ozark movie. And it's not bad enough like Game of Thrones where you'd be like, fuck this show. They knew. They left it. And those last episodes, I'll give them one thing. Every episode in part 2 is so like up here with the tension. Like the first part was clearly the whole building, but from right when you go into the first episode of part 2, it's just like boom, 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 and they build, but there's no point where they ever released the tension and gave us a conclusion. And I think that's where my issue comes in, is like, oh no, Perfectly Imperfect. I don't believe Wyatt deserved to die, but he kind of placed himself. Ruth warned him several times. People said, hey, this bitch
Another
is
reason
crazy.
why I wanted Ruth to come out on top, man. She just kept losing everybody that was close to her, man. And like, and all that she was trying to do was just get good and organized, you know?
Yeah, she
like,
was literally the only one
she
getting
was trying
clean.
to do. Right. She was like, and I could see her being a crime boss, but a smart one, you know, and kind of forced into the situation more or less. Now, she did force herself into the situation initially. She tried to steal that money, you know, and it was, you know, yeah, but I don't know, man. Guys, so just so you know, this is the kind of thing that Zod usually talks about on his channel. He's like very, very pop culture educated. That's why I enjoy his channel, because I like movies. I like TV shows. You know, I like comic book movies. So, you know, I always enjoy his chat, and his his usual co-host, Pop Culture PB. Their dynamic is very, very funny. I really enjoy it. So yeah, make sure to subscribe to Zod if you guys like, you know, if you watch TV and you watch movies and you like that stuff, check out Zod's channel. Make sure you do that. Yeah, and PB's super fun. Yeah.
And thank you, Limey Squirrel. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you having me on. This was more of a serious thing, but on my channel, I like to keep it a little bit lighter. And what do I think about Supernatural? It was good for the first 8 seasons when they first ended it. And I'm in the middle of reviewing every Marvel show right now, and it's taken me an extremely long time to do that in the lead up for the Doctor Strange multiverse, but I might do videos on that because there is a point where the show should have ended. And that's the thing that pisses me off about Ozarks, is they ended it at the right point. They just didn't stick the landing, where a show like Supernatural just kept going because of the viewerships. And it bugs me when we get amazing shows that come so close, and Dexter fucked it up twice. It's like they got this good stride, and then something just happens along the way, and they just don't land it. And then you got shows like Supernatural that'll run 15 seasons and end 3 times because people just want it back, and they've run out of stories and things to talk about.
I'm ready for another season of, what is it, Superman and Lois? Is that what the show's called?
Yeah, it was.
I was surprised at how much I like it. I like that show a lot. For a CW show, I don't like those CW shows. I never got into The Flash. I never got into any of that stuff. But this Superman show, like this take on it, is really original. I'm actually really enjoying it right now. I'm ready for another season of that. But
yeah, I can't wait for the next season of that either.
Yeah, it's good. So I'm going to go ahead and call it, man. We're at the 5-hour mark now, man. But I appreciate you joining me, dude. Thank you so much. And make sure, guys, to subscribe to General Zod, the Fandom Zone. All right. I will see you soon, man. I will I hope to purchase you for my orbit again.
I will love to be purchased to your orbit.
All right, man. Thanks a lot, dude. All right, guys. That's going to be it. This is a 5-hour fucking live. Oh, I can't remember the last time I did that. The last time I did that, I think it involved Kay. But anyways, guys, thanks so much for joining me. I had a great time with you guys. Thanks a lot to Burnt Toast for joining me. Thanks a lot for General Zod for joining me. I love you guys, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.